Chairman, I can confirm the meeting is now live.
Thank you. Good evening and welcome to this budget meeting of the full council. I'm Councillor Rick Jones, Vice Chairman of West Berkshire Council and Chairman of this meeting. I would like to start by saying that our thoughts, prayers and sympathies are with the people of Ukraine at this very difficult time. The disturbing events of the last few days have been felt across Europe and the world, and also here in West Berkshire. We are proud of our history of supporting refugees in this district, and we stand ready to offer assistance as and when required. This meeting is the first time that the members of the council had the opportunity to meet together in person since the budget meeting of the council on the 3rd of March 2020, exactly 2 years ago today. Following the government's announcement regarding the relaxation of COVID restrictions, the council has reviewed its advice and guidance to ensure that the ongoing health and safety of those attending council offices. To this end, we continue to sit a suitable distance apart from one another, and we are recommending that individuals please wear a mask when not seated. Any members of the council who are attending remotely will be entitled to speak and ask questions when invited to do so by myself, but would not be invited to take part in the vote on any of the items, and indicative votes will not be sought. The officers in attendance in person are Nigel Lynn, our Chief Executive, Executive Directors Joseph Holmes and Andy Sharp. Executive Director Sue Halliwell is attending remotely. I'm assisted by Vicky Yull as the clerk to the meeting, and by Stephen Chard, who will be the Zoom host, and Shiraz Sheikh, the Deputy Monitoring Officer, will be the legal advisor to the meeting. Welcome to those honorary aldermen who have joined us remotely, Paul Bryant and Quentin Webb. The meeting is being live streamed via YouTube, so members of the public are able to follow proceedings. And members, it is my intention to allow a comfort break of around 15 minutes after the discussion on the capital strategy and before we start discussion on the revenue budget. Please can I ask everyone present in the meeting area to make sure they speak directly into their microphones. And if we hear the evacuation alarm this evening, we must leave the building immediately. Please proceed via the safe emergency exit route will be shown to us by the trained officers, and please follow any instructions given by the officers. The assembly point is the Newbury Station multi-storey car park. Anyone requiring assistance down the stairs will be assisted accordingly by the officers. I will now ask the Deputy Monitoring Officer, Shiraz Sheikh, who will outline how the meeting will be conducted.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, members. In accordance with Local Authorities Standing Order England Amendment Regulations 2014 regulations, the names of those who vote for and against or abstain on any decisions relating to the setting of the council's budget this evening will be recorded. So that's item 6 and 7. Anyone wishing for the vote to be recorded on other items should ask for a named vote before the vote is taken. 3 other members will need to support this by raising their Zoom hands. Each member will be asked to vote on an item using the microphone technology. If any member has difficulty using the technology, please raise your actual hand and an officer will assist. If necessary, members' votes will be recorded manually, or in some cases, voting may take place via show of hands instead. Please rejoin this Zoom meeting following the adjournment planned for later in the meeting. If a new time and date is arranged following any other adjournment, a fresh appointment will be sent out. Do members have any questions about the way in which the meeting will be conducted before we proceed? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sheikh. Before we start the meeting this evening, I would like to remind members, as usual, that we are all subject to the Council's Code of Conduct, which requires us to uphold certain standards, including, importantly, respect. respect for members of the public, respect for each other as elected members, and respect for council officers who work hard to support this meeting tonight. We, as elected councillors, represent different political parties, and as such, we may have very different views on some subjects. But I would ask that we nevertheless listen to and respect the view of others, even if we fundamentally disagree with them. As chairman, it's my responsibility to preside over these proceedings so that the business of the meeting can be carried out efficiently. As you all know, on the agenda this evening are the budget proposals for the district for the next financial year. And as a local authority, we have a legal duty to set a balanced budget now. Our work tonight is therefore really important for everyone living and working in West Berkshire. According to the changes in the rules agreed in December of last year, and in order to assist with the effective consideration of all the business on the agenda, the leaders of the political groups have met and agreed a set time for each part of the debate. This was a very constructive meeting held for the first time, and I thank the leaders for that contribution. The intent is to provide enough time to enable new feature of the Constitution, which allows for separate votes on parts of an amendment if requested. Even so, members, the timetable can be tight, and I will therefore ask that members do not repeat points that have already been made, do not interrupt other members during their speeches, and avoid points of order except where there is a clear reason for doing so, and speak for no more than 3 minutes if not moving a motion. Thank you in anticipation for your cooperation. I'll move to item 1, apologies for absence.
Thank you, Chairman. I've received apologies from councillors Clive Hooker, Alan Macro, Eric Pattenden, Keith Woodhams, and Tony Linden will be arriving late to the meeting. I've also received apologies from Honorary Aldermen Keith Shopping, Adrian Edwards, Andrew Rolls, and Anthony Stansfield. Thank you.
Are there any apologies from the floor? Thank you. Item 2 is declarations of interest. Do we have any declarations of interest?
Chairman, all members have completed an application for a grant of dispensation in relation to any beneficial interest in land within the authority's area. The monitoring officer had granted the dispensation to allow all members to speak and vote on the budget items. A number of personal interests have been declared in relation to the agenda items, and they have been published on the website and will be included in the minutes of the meeting. Thank you.
Do any members have any further declarations of interest from the floor? I see none. Item 3 is public questions, and as I mentioned earlier, there have been no valid public questions relating to the budget submitted by the deadline for this meeting, so we don't have that item. So I'd now like to move to item 4, the investment and borrowing strategy. Can I invite Councillor Ross McKinnon to formally move the recommendation on page 11 of your summons, and then I will ask for a seconder.
Thank you very much indeed, Chairman. Yes, I'm pleased to propose that the Council adopt the investment and borrowing strategy for 2022-23.
I believe the seconder is Councillor Howard Wollaston.
Correct, Chairman. I reserve my rights.
Thank you. Councillor McKinnon, please can I ask you to present and introduce the report? You have 5 minutes for that.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chairman. So the investment and borrowing strategy members lays out the approved deposit institutions for our Treasury investments, sets prudential limits for those investments, as well as setting out approved sources of borrowing, recommending borrowing limits for the next 3 years and providing a long-term forecast for the Council's borrowing requirements. Firstly, investments. The strategy authorises the Council to place deposits in UK government bonds, UK building societies and banks with sound credit ratings, other local authorities and AAA rated money market funds. The Council is also authorised to lend to registered charities, public sector bodies and council-owned companies and joint ventures. One change this year is the increase in the amount of funds we invest with any one institution, up to £8 million from £5 million. This £5 million limit has been held over the past 25 years, so it's now appropriate to change this to reflect inflationary changes without a significant change in risk. In fact, by being so constrained in the past, the Council has been putting funds with the Debt Management Office, so UK government bonds, at very low rates of return. The new strategy does not put yield above security, but it's right that we do look at local taxpayers seeing some return on investments that the Council holds. On to borrowing. The strategy details the approved sources of borrowing, primarily the Public Works Loan Board, but also the UK Municipal Bond Agency, banks and other institutions. Borrowing has fallen in the current year with a drop of just over £5 million forecast. This strategy proposes an increase in borrowing over the medium term to support the Council's capital strategy, more of which later. The borrowing will be undertaken primarily through the Public Works Loans Board, but we will continue to explore other options and build upon the launch of the UK's first community bonds in July 2020. This is an example of innovation through the borrowing strategy to gain more funding for our local public services. Members will be pleased to know that 1 in 6 investors in the CMI donated their returns back to the Council in the current year, and that enabled us to then sow over an extra 2,000 wildflower seeds in our successful Wildflower Verge project. The latest borrowing strategy also sees a subtle shift, holding more borrowing short-term to take advantage of lower short-term rates. This has already generated significant financial savings in the revenue budget and is forecast to continue to do so. It is a change of emphasis, but not one that will undermine the financial position of the Council. Finally, the report highlights the Council's commercial property portfolio and the investment returns made to the Council. The portfolio has performed very well over the pandemic with a consistent return on investment, and over the coming years we expect to see returns that keep supporting core services and build up risk funds for a rainy day. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor McKinnon. Can I ask if any members wish to speak on this report? Item. Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Chairman. I've got some points for Councillor McKinnon. We will abstain on this, not that we think that there is a tremendous amount wrong with it. We have some very good officers who are able to put together a good investment borrowing strategy, but members will see that on our current trajectory on servicing our debts, that is upwards. And on the table on page 281, that figure is £15.2 million this year, 10.1% of the budget, rising to 17.9 million and 11.5% the overall budget by 2024-25. This is actual servicing of the debt. It comes down to about £275 per household per annum. It's simply going on servicing the debt. Now, you do have to borrow in order to deliver the capital program that you embark upon. But the trajectory is not so much downwards. He said we actually borrowed less this year. It's upward. And the net borrowing is shown actually at £149.6 million, which actually is £2,300 per household across the district. So it looks a lot. 149.6 million borrowing, it's virtually 100% revenue. If you look at the GDP versus public sector borrowing requirement, which is about 95%, this council's beyond that. If you want to look at that as an analogy or comparison. So what I see here is a degree of additional borrowing increasing, servicing that debt increasing, and not a good outlook for interest rates. Now, Arlene Close came up with what I thought wasn't a terribly good paper, actually, in terms of economic interest rate forecast. I would have liked to have seen an inflation forecast in there as well, by the way, but I think interest rates are very fluid, particularly with what's going on in the Ukraine. So it's introduced new risk, different risk, increased risk. And therefore, I will be returning to this aspect in the capital budget. I accept the need for borrowing, but I think we might be over-egging it at a tricky time for the world. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Brooks. Councillor Masters.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, Councillor McKinnon. I'll keep it fairly brief. It's more of a question about your thoughts on the property portfolio and the value that's dropped by about 8 million, I believe. What advice have we received from our fund managers, etc., that as to what the trend is in terms of overall capital value of the properties that we own, and do you have any concerns moving forward?
Thank you, Councillor Masters. I see no other speakers wishing to speak. Councillor Wollaston, would you like to make your statement?
Thank you, Chairman. I will briefly. Councillor Brooks is right in some ways, in terms of the borrowing as against our annual budget. But of course, he's ignoring the fact that a large proportion of that is invested in property, and other investments which are generating income. So it's not a straight comparison, as he's suggesting, with government borrowing. Otherwise, I continue to wish to second. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Wollaston. Councillor Ross McKinnon, would you like to come back?
Thanks very much indeed, Chairman. Yes, so Councillor Brooks is, of course, perfectly correct in keeping an eye on the council's borrowing. We do as well on this side. In terms of the capital financing cost as a percentage of the revenue budget, 10.1 rising to 11.5, so say between 10 and 12% of the budget. Borrowing over the medium to long term is forecast to fall soon after that point. It compares very favourably with other local authorities in terms of the capital repayment costs. So yes, it was worth keeping an eye on, but it's also worth mentioning he quantified the debt on a per resident basis, and I've heard him do that before, and that's fine, but that's already well. But remember, we're not borrowing money to fund day-to-day spending. Right? We're not allowed to do that, quite rightly. We're using borrowed funds to invest in assets which benefit West Berkshire residents for the long term. It's a bit like buying a house with a mortgage. Yes, you have a big chunk of debt, but you can afford the repayments, carefully monitor it, and you also have a house. Eventually, you pay off the mortgage, and you've still got a house, and the residents have benefited from that asset over the decades. It's important to remember that principle, and I think if you're going to quantify the debt per resident, you should really quantify the assets owned by each resident as well. I have a feeling that we may come back to this idea in the capital budget. In terms of the commercial property portfolio, it's rather misleading and pointless, I think, in the extreme to talk about the fluctuating capital values over the short term. The commercial property portfolio is a long-term investment over many decades. There's no plans to sell any of the properties, realising any capital loss. And well, who knows what's going to happen to capital values over the next 30 to 40 years, but it has absolutely no effect on the capital budget or the revenue budget, or indeed the balance sheets of the council. Thanks, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Mitton. Members, I will now ask the Deputy Monitoring Officer to conduct a formal vote on this item.
Members, please vote by indicating, please use your microphones to vote. So microphone screens should be on, coming on now. And I can see still fluctuating here. Can we have all members voted? I can see all of you have. Oh, so there's Councillor Jeff Mays and Tony Linden, but Tony Linden's just arrived, so we won't be asking him to vote. Okay, we've got all the votes in. So I've got yes for 21, abstaining 16, 0 no. So this motion is approved.
Thank you. Members, can I turn then to item 5 on our agenda, which is the medium-term financial strategy. That's pages 37 to 54 in your pack. And can I invite Councillor Ross McKinnon again to formally move the recommendations?
Thank you again, Chairman. Yes, I'm very pleased to propose that the Council approves the medium-term financial strategy for 2022-23 to 2025-26.
I believe the Councillor Lynn Doherty is seconding.
I'm very happy to second that, and I'll reserve my rights, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor McKinnon, can I ask you to introduce the report, please?
Of course, Chairman. The medium-term financial strategy, members, is a rolling 4-year programme built to ensure that the Council has the financial resources to deliver the Council strategy. It's a key element of effective financial planning. Like any 4-year forecast, it includes a number of assumptions and uncertainties around both income and expenditure. The local government finance settlement for 2022-23 was broadly similar to the prior year, but we do continue to await the outcome of the local government fair funding review for more long-term certainty around business rates, adult social care funding, the replacement for the new homes bonus, and other capital funding. In terms of expenditure, assumptions have to be made about budget growth, pay inflation, demand increases, and investment in the council strategy and others. Based on these projections, uncertain as they are, cumulatively, the council will have to bridge a funding gap of around £14 million over the next 3 years following this budget. These savings will have to be met by transformation, digitisation, and income generation. However, the council has an excellent track record in delivering the required savings in recent years without any cuts to frontline services, I'm pleased to say. Internally, we already have draft proposals for the vast majority of that funding gap. And of course, it could turn out to be the case that our assumptions are on the pessimistic side and the funding picture is more rosy than anticipated, such is the nature of medium-term forecasting. And here's the key point. It's crucial that the council has adequate reserves in place to smooth what will undoubtedly be an irregular pattern of savings, so as to protect the provision of public services. If there was no medium-term financial strategy exercise conducted, and council were instead to budget hand-to-mouth year after year with the bare minimum of reserves, we'd be in a dreadfully precarious position if unexpected events were to occur or required savings proved temporarily unachievable. As Councillor Brooks said, we're still emerging from the unprecedented challenges of the pandemic. And of course, the current dreadful events in Ukraine are still to be felt in our own economy, but they surely will. It's only by carrying out a medium-term forecasting exercise that we can see the demands and challenges ahead and set our financial stall out accordingly to ensure that the council meets the needs of its residents. This medium-term financial strategy is vital to our continuing success and delivery of the council strategy. The recently released SIPFA Resilience Index shows that the council is well placed to face the future with sufficient reserves and healthy financial indicators, demonstrating our overall robust financial health. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor McKinnon. Members, does anyone else want to speak on the medium-term financial strategy? I see Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Chairman. Councillor McKinnon says we need a medium-term financial strategy. I'm used to doing 3-year forecasts in business. I equate this to that, really. What I do in business, though, is I keep reviewing my 3-year forecast, the MTFS in this case, very, very regularly. And I have asked on more than one occasion that when the MTFS is updated, as it really is now, annually, we look at the outturn against it in previous years. Because without doing that, you're not really sure if the MTFS actually did anticipate correctly the unknowns that you're facing, and certainly the forward starts with there are a lot of unknowns for local government finance in the future. We know those unknowns, but we don't know where they're headed, and we live in a volatile world. So by all means, put a plan together. But unless you are going to review how accurate you are against it, and in public, you may tell me you do it in private, then I don't give it a lot of credence, really, because I don't know if you're getting better at it. I've said earlier, you're up against a fair bit of unknown and therefore risk. So we'll abstain on this MTFS because I'm just not sure it's done enough to anticipate some of those risks that are very hard to estimate. But my plea is that in next year, and Councillor McKinnon has responded to this, I think with some positivity before, that we actually compare what happened against what we said we thought would happen, and not just in the 1-year budget monitoring, but in the 3-year MTFS. When you do that, I think you've got a lot more clout with this document than it's given hitherto. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Brooks. Councillor Abbs.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairman.
we use a word quite often over on this side called SMATE, save money in the environment. How does that apply here? I will come back to this, I'm sure, in the capital strategy lately as well. But in the medium term, 3 to 5 years, that takes us 22 to 27. We're pretty much at the last gasp before we're supposed to have met our climate emergency target of net zero. So not putting money into saving the environment now is of real concern for me. So I do see a number in the capital strategy totaling 10, 11 million over the next couple of years. That's fine. However, that seems, I'm pretty sure that's connected to the 10 megawatt solar farm over at Graiseley by the looks of it, which obviously we kind of suggested you build something like that a couple of years back. What I would be saying is that that's an investor save scheme. Many of the other things that I see aren't really that, but that's a true investor save scheme because it should generate money. You probably get a lot of support from this side if you actually did scale up, as we've suggested, to the 60 megawatt over at Graiseley rather than the 10 megawatt. And I just think it's a shame that we're rolling through the years and not going and spending the money where it would actually save us money, generate a lot more income for the council to then be able to use elsewhere, and of course achieve our other objectives as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Abbs. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you, Chair. Well, we could raise this under the revenue debate, but it is mentioned, and it's about the council tax increase. And I would be helpful, I think, to members to know from Councillor McKinnon why the decision was taken to put up council tax by 1% than by 2%, which means, of course, taking £1 million, slightly more than £1 million from the reserves. I'm not saying we would want to see it put up by 2%. I'm just wondering on what basis this decision was taken. When we've proposed using reserves in the past for what we consider quite important projects. So, for example, when the Green Group proposed a mere £190,000 from the reserves to set up a climate emergency fund, which we feel would have made a fantastic start to implementing aspects of the environment strategy, we were told that we were being reckless with the reserves, that this is a typical green thing, because in Councillor Law's stand-up routine that we've seen so many times, we're just a bunch of lefties, like a watermelon, socialists inside, green on the outside. Well, you know, we don't think that we were disappointed that you voted that proposal down, but I'd still like to know what the reason is why suddenly you can dip into the reserves and take 5 million out to, quote, balance the budget, and whether that's a political decision or a financial decision. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Marsh. Councillor Bridgman.
Chairman, thank you. I'm always intrigued by a debate on the medium-term financial strategy, which turns into a contribution on capital from Councillor Abbs and revenue from Councillor Marsh, both of which we will be discussing later in the meeting. The point I wanted to make, Chairman, is in relation to something Councillor Brooks said, which is just to say that, of course, one of the things that is there to smooth the peaks and troughs of these things is the reserve position. And so just to say that, of course, we set aside money into specified reserves because we know there are dangers in certain areas. And the one that I was involved in a previous life was the adult social care reserve, because that is such a fluctuating pot of money. So simply to say, Chairman, that although I am intrigued, I'm just going to poke a little bit of fun at our Section 151 officer for having set the reserves level at £4 in the paper. I think there's an M missing from the title of that item. But just to comment in relation to the MTFS, that of course we do obviously have these reserve items purely in order to ensure that we deal with those fluctuations. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Bridgman. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chairman. Just in response to Councillor Brooks, really, and I understand what you're saying about how accurate has our MTFS been and those unknowns and those risks which are identified in the paper. But actually, sound financial stewardship of this council's budget is something that this Conservative administration has demonstrated since 2005. In fact, I'm delighted to see Honorary Alderman Councillor Jones here this evening, who can testify to that. Of course, we have been through challenging times, but none so extreme as the last 2 years, where local government finance, like any other area of our economy, has taken a severe battering from the impact of COVID. We know that sound financial planning must sit at the heart of good public finance. Here in West Berkshire, we don't need to look too far to see the devastating impact not planning can have. With our near neighbours, Slough, declaring a Section 114 notice and having to stop all non-essential spend, or the additional cost of failing to plan, with Reading Borough Council filing their accounts late for 5 years at an additional cost of £1 million to the taxpayer in the form of fees. We are a council that looks ahead and manages our finances well. I was pleased in October when the government gave local government a 3-year settlement in the spending review to help us with this planning. Of course, it would have been even better had they done the same with the local government's finance settlement. But this is my 7th budget as a councillor. And one thing I've learned over that time is there is nothing as certain in life as change. It is because of this and the future unknowns that I welcome the MTFS before you this evening. In my mind, it is a careful balance of prudent and efficient spending, carefully managed investment into this council's strategies and priorities, an understanding that we need to keep council tax as low as we possibly can for our residents, and a recognition that we need to continue to ensure we care for our most vulnerable by taking up the ASC precept at a time when we see demand grow. As we move forward this evening to debate both our capital and revenue budgets, I would ask you all to keep section 2.3 of this MTFS paper in your minds. It talks of the key factors that will dominate our finances going forward: the impact of COVID on our economy, the adult social care reforms we see coming, and the fair funding review and what that might mean if we have a business rates reset as well. These uncertainties mean that we must remain prudent to ensure that the council has the financial resources available to work together to make West Berkshire an even greater place in which to live, work and learn. I'm confident that the MTFS before you this evening does just that, and therefore I'm very happy to be seconding this paper, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Loughlin. Councillor McKinnon, as a proposer, would you like to close the debate on this item?
Yes, please, Chairman, and thanks to all members for their contributions there, in particular Councillor Doherty. I agree with every word she just said, quite emphatically. Let me mop up a few points there. Now, yeah, Councillor Brooks, you remind me, I think, of conversations we've had before on this MTFS actuals versus forecast issue. And I was going to, you kind of beat me to it when you completed your contribution, but of course we do that for the first year. The MTFS, the first year of the 4 is the revenue budget. And of course we do at the executive every quarter carefully monitor the revenue and capital performance against budget. I think what you're suggesting is that we then, the following year, conduct an exercise saying, okay, well, look, here we are. What did our MTFS say 2 years ago was going to happen now? Now I'm open to have a conversation with you guys offline about that. I genuinely am. I would just say that exercise loses its utility somewhat as you go further into the future. Of course, if you're looking at a forecast that was made 24 months hence, you're going to see big gaps. I mean, nobody's going to deny that. And maybe the reason for that is simply the fact that we can't predict the future. It doesn't necessarily follow that your forecasting or your modelling was off. But I'm happy to repeat a commitment to have a discussion with them offline about perhaps ways we can take that forward. But for the avoidance of doubt for anyone watching, that first year's of the MTFS. The revenue budget is carefully monitored on a quarterly basis. On the environment strategy point, Councillor Bridgen beat me to it, but I think he's got the wrong end of the stick somewhat there. The bulk of the spending on the environment strategy, of course, goes through the capital programme. You wouldn't expect to see that coming through an MTFS, not directly. You'd see it in the capital financing requirement, which of course we've just been told is too big. So I think already this evening the opposition are trying to have it both ways. We need to spend more money on the environment strategy, which involves more borrowing, but we need to keep the borrowing costs down. That's you can't have one without the other, I think. But there we go. And I'll finish off with responding to Councillor Marsh's point. He actually was misleading, and I'm sure he didn't mean to, so he'll thank me for correcting him, I'm sure. It's not a 5 million movement from reserves this year, it's 4.65, and it's not a political decision to do so. 3.32 million of that is the use of specific risk reserves. That's previously identified risks that have been earmarked and set aside for circumstances which happen to come about. That's exactly, as Councillor Bridgen says, it's exactly what's supposed to happen. The general fund is reducing by 1.33 million only. And I'll finish off. He asked the question, why are we not raising council tax by 2%? Why is it only 1%? Well, I'm happy to say loud and proud to everyone here that in this time of high inflation, rising energy prices and a cost of living squeeze, we're doing that to leave £1 million in residents' pockets. Councillor Marsh. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor McKinnon. That closes the commentary issues on that debate. Members, I will now ask the Deputy Monitoring Officer to conduct the formal vote on this item. The vote is on the recommendation for members to approve the medium-term financial strategy.
Members, please use your microphones to vote. The vote will be displayed on the screen in real time. I've got some members still. Councillor Jeff Beck. Okay, thank you. I have 22 votes for yes, 16 abstentions and 0 for none. So I can confirm that the medium-term financial strategy recommendation has, medium-term financial strategy has been approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sheikh. Members, we turn now to item 6, the capital strategy. Can I again invite Councillor Ross McKinnon to formally move the recommendations on page 55 of your summons in this pack?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'm delighted to propose the capital strategy for the next 5 years, specifically that the capital strategy, minimum revenue provision policy, flexible use of capital receipts policy, and the proposed use of sale bids for inclusion in the capital programme be approved.
Thank you. I believe the seconder is Councillor Burke.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I'm very pleased to second Councillor McKinnon's proposal, and I reserve my right.
Thank you. Back to you, Councillor McKinnon. You have 10 minutes to introduce your report.
Thank you, Chairman, and I'd appreciate a 1-minute warning if that's all right.
Okay.
Thank you. This administration proposes an investment in infrastructure of £220 million over the next 5 years, investing to make sure that West Berkshire remains a great place to live, work and learn. And I'm sorry, members, to coin a phrase, to build back better from the unprecedented challenges of the last 2 years. Let me begin by explaining how the capital programme is split across the 6 priorities of our council strategy. Over £28 million is being set aside to ensure our vulnerable children and adults achieve better outcomes. £66 million to support everyone to reach their full potential. Just under £1 million to support business to continue to develop and thrive in West Berkshire. Over £80 million in developing local infrastructure, including housing, to support and grow the local economy. £24 million to maintain a green district, over 400,000 to ensure sustainable services through innovation and partnerships. Let me now turn to some exciting specific items. £52.5 million will go towards education facilities across the district, extending and refurbishing schools, helping our students in improved learning environments. We're also enhancing wraparound services around the school day. It's an essential provision in enabling parents to be able to work more hours to support their family. We're also seeking to future-proof education services with capital investment in areas that are forecast to see housing growth in the coming years. £8.5 million in disabled facility grants to enable residents who need that extra help to continue to live independently in their own homes, a crucial part of their lives, on top of £6 million in the coming 5 years on occupational health equipment, aids and adaptations. There will also be high levels of investment in highways infrastructure, including £3.5 million on new active travel schemes and £73,000 in enhanced disabled access to the countryside. There is £1.6 million in land drainage works, as well as £2.6 million in flood alleviation schemes in North Thatcham to build upon our other successful flood prevention schemes. We're also delighted to set aside funding for key leisure facilities, £5 million to refurbish the Newbury Lido to keep it open for longer during the coming years, and the outstanding new sports hub at Monks Lane, which received planning permission last night, which will provide a fantastic new 3G pitch for thousands of younger and older people across West Berkshire to play both rugby and football in an outstanding state-of-the-art facility. We work in partnership too, enhancing our core infrastructure from care facilities to Thiel train station with the support of the local economic partnership and Network Rail, as well as working with Sovereign on our joint venture partnership and building new properties to deliver housing for residents. Personally, I've been delighted to see progress of our community infrastructure levy scheme through our innovative bidding fund. This is the second running of our scheme to top slice £500,000 of SIL to invest directly in smaller scale but crucial local schemes. So it's great to see a direct deployment of our strategy to help communities at a really local level. For instance, it's a pleasure to be able to support Thiel with £100,000 for a new play area and multi-use sports area. Hungerford Cricket Club with £15,000 to improve their cricket nets, the creation of a sensory garden in Pangbourne, and £75,000 for Thatcham Memorial Foundation for the installation of playground and recreational equipment. This capital programme, Chairman, doesn't just maintain essential services, but invests in new schemes across all of our council strategy priorities. Of course, the capital programme must be sustainable and affordable. There is an increase in council borrowing, but don't forget, some of these enhancements will reduce service costs or provide funds back to the council through income or greater efficiency. I would reassure members and residents that the capital repayment costs already mentioned this evening are going to be between 10 to 12% of the revenue budget. It compares very favourably with other local authorities and is forecast to remain so in the future. Remember, our Section 151 officer is required to confirm that this programme is prudent, affordable and sustainable, and he has done just that. The council could take the option not to invest with so much pressure on our finances, of course. This always remains an option. But we've opted for a positive approach, to pay close heed for the need for affordability, yes, but also to enable the capital schemes proposed to be funded properly and have a real positive impact for our residents. Overall, this capital programme strikes the right balance between new investment to support our council strategy priorities, continuing to fund our core infrastructure, and of course, overall affordability. I'm delighted to propose it to Council Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor McKinnon. You didn't need anything like the 1 minute warning. Councillor Berg, you have your hand raised, but you've reserved your right. Is that...
Legacy hand, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I was assuming that Councillor Brooks was going to... Okay.
Sorry. Yeah, I mean, just to declare an interest, as Councillor McKinnon mentioned, my employer in terms of the joint venture, which is Sovereign Housing. I don't consider it on advice of officers to be prejudicial, so I'll continue to take part in the vote.
Thank you. Councillor Bridgman.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to point out one project, not simply because it's a project in my ward, indeed in my parish, but because of the relationship between West Berkshire and the parish council, which I think is something we can look forward to in relation to where SIL is paid to parish councils, and hopefully they then use it to fund infrastructure projects, again, hopefully in combination with West Berkshire. This is a fairly minor project in the terms of what's in the pack. It's 20 odd thousand pounds on a pavement down, not that far from my house, down to our local school. But what I just wanted to say was that this shows a really good working relationship between the council and, in this case, Stratford-Mortimer Parish Council, who are part funded. There's a sort of 50-50 split of funding here out of SIL from development in the parish, and money coming out of SIL from this council. And I would welcome that kind of project going forward with all the other parish councils who happen to have SIL. They have development in their area. That development SIL really needs to be paid to be spent on infrastructure projects. And I would like to think that we can have that relationship with the parishes going forward that develops that kind of idea. Thank you, Chairman.
I'm going to turn to Councillor Brooks. I understand that you wish to respond to the main motion and then introduce an amendment.
I'm grateful to you, Chairman. Yes, that will be the order of play as agreed, I believe. So I will talk to the capital budget to a degree and then introduce the amendment which you have on your papers. We can see a wide set of investments within this capital programme strategy. I sort of think there's a little bit of pre-announcement, as in we're talking about a rolling capital programme. So when we use big numbers like 220 million, we'll have said that last year. So let's be clear, that's over quite a few years. It was an old trick of Gordon Brown's, actually, to keep announcing stuff that he'd announced before as if it was new. I'm not really accusing you of that, but I'm just trying to make sure people do understand what you're actually saying. Now, I'm a bit concerned, as I said earlier, at the borrowing profile. And he's already, I say he, Councillor McKinnon, has already said, oh, you're trying to have it both ways. So let me put my hand up on that one. Our 5 amendments, extra investments, 5 in all, will cost around £1.7 million and may well be achieved through borrowing, taken out of reserves. They are a call on capital. But whilst calling for those investments, I think he needs to understand that we would be more cautious in increasing the borrowing requirement in future years. I've said already this evening, but it's worth repeating, that we'll end up with 12% of the budget servicing our debts. We'll end up with every household about £2,300 owed, frankly, on behalf of this council. So I really would expect the finance portfolio holder to curb his enthusiasm for borrowing a little in future years, whoever he or she might be. Interest rates, we've said, are on an upward trajectory. And although Councillor Bridgman has said, oh, we've got reserves, there are now moving into unknown unknowns. Hasn't Rumsfeld given us a real new language? Unknown unknowns. Did we know a year ago that Ukraine would be invaded? Have we got enough resilience within our borrowing strategy, within our capital strategy, capital spend, to react to what is now a very different world? But of course, as I say, there are investments. Councillor McKinnon talked earlier. We borrow money, we pay for the house, and when we finish paying for the house, we still have the house. And of course, that's a truism. What I'd like to see, therefore, from Councillor McKinnon is the balance sheet. All these assets we have, how does he value them? There will be sit for processes and regulations of how to do that. I think I'd like to see that. Of course, some of those assets are not really cashable. You can't go around selling your schools and your highways off. Or perhaps you can, but you have to buy them back in a very expensive way, as PFI has shown. But if you're going to talk about the assets we accrue through borrowing, you need to be more clear about what the value is. So you've come forward with the programme. We wish you to consider 5 different schemes, small schemes. My members will go through them. I'll touch on them very briefly here. We're looking for Culture and Education Partnership Fund of £50,000. As I say, these will be better explained by my members, our members. Councillor Abbs will talk at length, and he's not the first time he'll have brought this forward, the development of our own power company, and what he's discussing is actually investigation therein too. To commission innovative energy projects for organisations of charitable aims through an energy fund, again stimulating markets, stimulating initiatives. And again, I'm not stealing his thunder with these. £1 million over 4 years to support the implementation of town plans. I think my leader will want to speak a little bit more about that. And I think Councillor Jeffrey does. Because if you're going to do plans, you need to have some money to implement those plans. And again, Councillor Abbs has come back with a very small but very, very useful item to increase the amount of defibrillators available across the district. These aren't unreasonable things at all. They add to the quality of your capital strategy. It'll be interesting to see how you receive them. I've tried to keep my tone very clear tonight, measured, and not going down the rabbit hole of being unpleasant to each other. We'll see if you can avoid coming down it with me. But I move the amendment because I think there are some good things in there to add to this capital programme. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Brooks. Councillor Bennyworth, sorry.
Thank you, Chairman. I just like to say that I'm a fellow ward members of Hungerford and Kintbury, how delighted we are that a significant investment is scheduled for our western corner of the district. No Trees Care Home in Kintbury will benefit from a £400,000 infrastructure upgrade to bedroom, shower and washing facilities, as well as drainage work. The gardens will be redesigned to make them more accessible for residents with physical and mental illness. My own town of Hungerford will see its leisure centre expanded to include a modular exercise studio through £140,000 worth of investment. Also, Hungerford Primary School is to see an input of just over £90,000 to expand the kitchen to enable continued delivery of universal infant free school meals. Very happy to see this investment, as is the town and the wider board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. My apologies, members. I've taken something out of order here. It's to put it down to the amateurish chairman you've got at the moment. The amendment Councillor Brooks has moved to the main strategy. I'm now calling for a seconder. I believe that is Councillor Dillon.
Yeah, happy to second that, Mr. Chairman, and reserve my right. Thank you.
Yeah, that's right. I think we're back in the right order now. So do you have members wishing to support this amendment? I see no hands other than Councillor Marsh at the moment.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do have members wishing to speak on the amendment.
Members, if you wish to raise your hands, please could you use your Zoom hands? Thank you.
Councillor Abbs.
Thank you, Chairman. It is appropriate for me to speak to the amendments now, right? So I believe I have 3 minutes, so by all means, start the clock.
That's correct. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. The concepts have already been shared with officers to encourage cross-party cooperation in the growing climate emergency. We know energy use is causing real harm to the climate and impacting disposable incomes with its rapidly accelerating cost. We are proposing that West Berkshire Council investigate the creation of an entity that can handle the complex solutions that are needed to tackle the non-council and much larger portion of CO2 that energy and transport is for residences and businesses of West Berkshire. The remit of this non-for-profit entity could cover several complex areas, which is why the initial investigation is needed. These areas would start with management of any generation capacity built by West Berkshire, the Graiseley 10 megawatt solar farm, and hopefully an expanded 60 megawatt version being an example. to help encourage and manage other schemes run by communities and even individuals that have already installed generation capacity, to work with the national grid or larger energy suppliers to install power storage technology. This should be on the consumer side of substations to remove spikes in the demand from the grid, especially as more EVs are used. It ensures clean energy can be provided as often as possible and provides better energy security whilst protecting against capacity issues at the transformers. Also, to work with community and individuals have smaller scale energy storage. That storage capacity can be integrated with the larger projects and further secure the provision of clean energy more of the time. This is ambitious, but should have considerable impact on our net zero aims, and I hope you can support. It is calling for an investigation at this stage, nothing more. Therefore, we ask for 100K to be capitalised to allow relevant consultants to be engaged. Remember, it will be complex and external support likely needed. To further lay seeds for the above, but also give funding to community type people. After discussion with officers, we believe that this could be managed by a team similar to the members bid team, but we don't see any initial need for anything but the 500K capital that would seed this activity. Finally, I brought back an amendment that looks to kickstart a West Berkshire-wide project, which helps fill the remaining gaps, of which there are many, in our DFIB network. It has a modest initial cost of 40,000, which should be more than enough for an initial 34 units and possibly double that if match funded by someone like Greenham Trust. Just FYI, a few hundred units placed well covers almost all residents. Just to remind ourselves, this is ambitious. I understand that, the main amendment, but if we take that kind of investigation now, we can set ourselves up well and still have a chance at meeting our 2030 zero target, which we set some years ago now. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Councillor Abbs. Councillor Jeffrey.
Good. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're proposing, Mr. Chairman, an extra £1 million over 4 years to implement effective town plans for Thatcham and Hungerford, two of our most important communities in the whole of West Berkshire. Just £250,000 a year, £125,000 for each of those two communities. That will give us an effective, lively, business-focused, comfortable community. We all of us say, truthfully, that West Berkshire is a great place to live, work, learn. It really is. But it doesn't happen by magic. We need to be strategically planning for our principal communities to see them through into the future. And the funding that we are proposing here will do just that. This amendment will allow vital work to be done by West Berkshire Council in two of our principal towns. There'll be planned improvements, thought through developments, considered changes, above all having plans that preempt endless developer-driven ideas that are there purely for maximised profit from sometimes somewhat substandard building and landscape ideas. I ask Council to approve this moderate investment in two of our principal towns, which can then in the future be switched to other parts of West Berkshire. Mr. Chairman, please don't let's make false economies. Town improvements need detailed work and consistent effort and genuine spending. This amendment will provide the cash to underpin a proper planned, propitious picture for our future. And as you can see from the Section 151 officer's comments, we can possibly fund it all from SIL as well. And I beg to move this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey. Are there any other members who wish to speak on this amendment? I see no hands. Councillor Bridgman.
Apologies, Chairman. I'd forgotten that Councillor Dillon was seconding, so I was waiting for him to. Chairman, on the subject of the, I'm just going to speak to the defibrillator item. And it may not surprise members that from a public health viewpoint, I fully support the concept of additional defibrillators across the district where they're necessary. But I would say this amendment is unnecessary because the issue is already in hand. As both Councillor Abbs and Councillor Owen will know, because they were in the meeting, the Health and Wellbeing Board has passed a resolution with regard to increasing the number of defibrillators across West Berkshire. And those actions include a survey of town and parish councils about existing locations, looking at funding, a programme of first aid training, particularly in schools and colleges, and a wider publicity programme about where defibrillators are and how to use them. Now, the work has indeed been delayed. Clearly, as everyone I think will appreciate, the public health team have had the pandemic as their major priority, and I trust that none of us would criticise them for that. However, all town and parish councils have been contacted to get details of existing defibrillators and to ensure that they are registered on the Save a Life app. Most have responded, and that initial work indicates there's already a very good spread of defibrillators across the district with only a few gaps. Councillor Abbs, I think, referred to having 100 defibs. There are already something in the region of 89 that we've counted, and I think there's still some responses to be gathered.
May I make a point of clarification, please?
No, Councillor Abbs.
Right. Because that's not what I said at all. I said 100 additional.
Councillor Abbs, I said no.
The intention, members, is to bring a report to the board at the next meeting and then to formulate a proposal to bring to council. So I simply say the amendments are necessary because we are working on this and we will bring proposals very shortly. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Wollaston.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to speak towards the West Berkshire Cultural Education Partnership proposal. It's slightly unfortunate no one, I think, spoke to me as the responsible for culture as portfolio holder, nor as I understand it to officers, because they had that note this is already underway. An initial cost of £10,000, not £50,000.
So,
and by the way, that is being funded by Artswork.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. We're not on the revenue budget. That's a revenue amendment, Councillor Wollaston, not a capital item. Apologies, Councillor Wollaston. Sorry.
Okay. Funded by Artswork, supported by the Arts Council at zero cost to the council so far. So effectively, this amendment has been superseded by events. The likely subsequent cost is estimated at about £50,000, but this may be partially funded by the Arts Council and the various other funding routes, including the council, through a pressure bid. As such, I believe this is an unnecessary amendment. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Wollaston. Are there any other members who wish to speak on this amendment? In which case, I'll move to Councillor Dillon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Apologies, Councillor Wollaston, for interrupting and misreading my papers here in front of me. And I'll cover that one off first, if I may. You say you're disappointed that we didn't come to speak to you. Again, you could have reached out to us once you saw this amendment and said, actually, why don't you withdraw it from tonight's meeting? And actually, the amendment with the Cultural Educational Partnership is important because it links cultural education, higher education, youth health, criminal justice, the voluntary and the commercial sectors together. And obviously having a place-based partnership when we are trying to create the sense of place in our town centres, we felt was a way of supporting the recovery, but also supporting culture within West Berkshire. So we're pleased that you are supporting it. However, clearly we would like to see more investment in that than what you're currently proposing. Overall, Mr. Chairman, our amendments show a change of focus, and they clearly highlight a difference, I think, between ourselves and the administration, in that we are putting forward ideas and asking for money to go and do feasibility studies to really address the big carbon challenge that we face. And throughout the council's capital strategy, we're not seeing that level of forward thinking that we believe we need to have in order to hit that climate goal, and also be able to generate income for this council and keep energy costs lower for our residents. We're also asking within our amendment, Mr. Chairman, to invest funds into our town centres. We've saw last year a revenue contribution to Thatcham Town Council or towards Thatcham Town Centre for a study, but we haven't seen any money within the capital strategy to deliver on it. And you know, we're going to be going and consulting residents on a 30-year vision as part of the local plan. We're also going to go and consult on town centre regeneration. And we really feel that it's important that we say to the residents, there is some money there to be able to deliver your wishes. And so that's why we've put it in and phased it over a 4-year period. You know, and we anticipate much more investment coming, whether that be through SEAL or also through private investment and working with commercial and businesses. So the aim of our ambition is not just £1 million investment over 4 years, but we think as a council, we should be able to stump that up tonight and make that commitment to our town centres. And I think that concludes my remarks, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Chair, may I raise a point of order? Yeah.
Yes, Mr.
Thank you.
Councillor Marsh.
Well, we would like separate voting on these amendments, or some of them. We support several of them, not all, as a group. And as we've said in previous years, we think it would be beneficial if the council could get away from the situation where one party proposes a load of amendments and the other party automatically votes them all down, and then vice versa.
Councillor Marsh.
So that's why we would like separate voting if possible.
It is up to the proposer to request separate voting for the amendments. And I have yet to ask Councillor Brooks to close the debate.
Okay, well, I was waiting for that, but it didn't happen. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Brooks.
Chairman, you noticed the leader of council and the leader of the opposition both had their hands up. And I think you should seek clarity from them on how they want to handle this rather than just ask me. I'm a very lowly function here.
So, Mr. Chairman, we would seek an individual vote on a line-by-line item if we believed it would pass the chamber. Given that I haven't heard any Conservative members speak in favour of any of our amendments, I don't think it would garner support. So we're happy to take it as a block vote. But thank you to Councillor Marsh for supporting us on the line items that he does.
I think that clarifies the situation. Councillor Brooks, do you wish to close the debate?
Yes, thank you. I don't think these are inappropriate measures that we brought forward. It is a disappointment that we get no sense of encouragement from the other side, and they'll be taken on block and voted down on block. The only thing we haven't done tonight is had them rubbished, but there's time yet. So we'll continue to bring forward ideas, as you should expect us to, and as the people should expect us to, our residents should expect us to. There may become a time when we come forward with something that you can support. In fact, it did happen. I can see your surprise, Councillor Burke. Probably about 8 or 9 years ago, we said, why don't you double the capital programme to £1 million for changing the light lamppost to LED from your £500,000 that you'd put forward. And blow me down, I don't know what happened, but Councillor Law said, that's not a bad idea.
He had a light bulb moment.
He had a light bulb moment. Boom, I set him up for that, didn't I? But you know, this polar opposite situation where whatever we put up must be voted down is unhealthy, And we should find a way, whoever is in power in years to come, of having a better debate than a simple, because you thought of it, I'll vote it down. That is not a good way to improve our residents' lives and services in this district. So I put the amendment, Chairman, in the time-honoured way, and I expect it to be voted down in the time-honoured way.
Councillor McKinnon, as the proposer of the original motion, do you have anything more to say on the subject?
I do, Chairman. Thank you. And thank you to Councillor Brooks for his amendment. Now, Councillor Brooks, you mentioned at the start when you moved this that you were trying not to be unpleasant. I'm certainly going to return the favour, although I may have a few robust things to say. It doesn't mean that I'm being unpleasant, and I don't expect you to like it. But we'll give it a go. We'll roll the dice. Now, firstly, you mentioned, I do love the way you put these things. You said, there might be a hint of us, trying to have it both ways, with suggesting £1.7 million of new amendments, while saying that the borrowing was too high. I agree with you. I think you are. Now, it's legitimate. I think it's a legitimate point of view to say borrowing is too high, and we need to bring it down. It's not a view I share, but that's a legitimate point of view. When you put forward amendments which would increase borrowing by 1.7 million and don't give us any indication of which borrowing items you would cut, it makes that argument lack credibility somewhat, I think. You did mention interest rates. I'll just remind all members that borrowing for the capital programme is done on a long-term basis on a fixed rate. And in any event, UK gilt rates have fallen in the last month. Councillor Abbs mentioned in his introduction to the power company suggestion that he'd shared, in the spirit of cross-party cooperation, he'd shared them with officers. I think if they were serious about cross-party cooperation, he might have shared it in advance with the other party in advance, so that we might have a better idea of what was being suggested. And I'll come back to Councillor Brooks' point about putting forward these items and then just expecting them to be voted down. If a member on our side had a bright idea, like a power company, these two energy ideas cost 600,000. Let me tell you how that would work. Firstly, they go to Steve to discuss it. It would then go to EAG to see if it was a potential goer, then to Environment Board for scrutiny and sign off. Then officers would go away and work up a proposal, do some research and development. They might die at that point, so it wouldn't work, but then it would maybe come back to Environment Board, would go into the executive cycle, go to Ops Board, Corporate Board, and ultimately, before it got near funding being allocated to it, it needs to be approved by Budget Board or Executive before we'd be remotely comfortable with committing 600,000 of council funds. Now, you could well argue based on that, you're doing a little yawn, Jeff, and I don't blame you, that public sector governance might be a bit onerous and could be streamlined a bit. And I think that's fair enough. But you can see the point of it. It's to make sure that taxpayers' money isn't splurged on projects based on a couple of minutes detail at full council. Now, we're here all year.
30 seconds.
Well, there are papers that are not our amendments. I must admit, I don't really know what Councillor Rams was on about, and that's probably my fault rather than his. But we can't be expected to ratify 600,000 of funding right here, right now, based on what we just heard from him there. I don't think anyone would agree that. So I'll sum up, Chairman, by saying my door's open all year. Make use of it. And maybe there is a better way forward for us all, Councillor Brooks. But we won't be supporting those amendments.
Thank you, Councillor McKinnon. Members, that concludes the debate on the First Amendment. I'll ask the Deputy Monitoring Officer to conduct a formal vote on that at this point.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, you're voting on all amendments proposed by Liberal Democrats in relation to item 6. Please vote by indicating on your microphones. Your screens will show the voting taking place. I still have got some members waiting to vote. Councillor Pask and Councillor Jeff Brooke, if you can make your vote. Thank you very much. I have got all the votes here. I have. So I have, for the proposed amendments, yes 16, none abstentions, and no 22. The amendments are not carried. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Marsh, can I invite you to respond to the motion and put forward the Green Party amendment?
Thank you, Chair. Just to clarify that, I was slightly surprised that Councillor Brooks didn't just move their amendment. In other words, he spoke about the substantive motion as well.
It's up to you as to into what order you want to do that. If you want to speak to the main motion later, you can postpone that.
Despite the suggestion we've just heard that there's no point proposing amendments at all, I'd like to do the amendment, and then if I'm still able to speak on the substantive motion later, is what I understand it to be. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Right. Well, you've seen our amendment. At the executive in December 2020, it was agreed to sign off a 1-year one-off budget of 45,000 to provide funding for feasibility studies for the LRIE, and over the next 3 years, a revenue budget of 100,000 to provide for consultancy support during the project development. Last year's budget had £98,000 project support for LRIE development and a similar sum for officers, quote, to support the project. This year, we've got within the strategy that are currently projects that are currently at the feasibility stage. So it's still at the feasibility stage. We're now got £868,000 of funding for further consultancy, etc., on the LRE development. This does seem to us an awful lot of money. And what value have council taxpayers been getting for these consultancy fees and other expenditure on a project that is still not been proved to be feasible? We've had a development brief, which is already probably out of date. We've had 1 or perhaps 2 now environmental reports that fall well short of the full environmental impact assessment and full flood risk assessment that are required on this site. Now, we're not going to stop you. We're not in favour of spending all this money, of throwing bad money after bad on this, but we suspect that it's going to go through. But what we will say, and the reason for this amendment is this, and it doesn't cost anything, as the Section 151 officer confirms. We're simply asking that while this consultancy and feasibility work continues, it should not rule out restoring the football ground as an asset of community value for sporting and social use that would also generate income for the council. And the reason we say this is that no one knows if the council will get planning permission for any of this LRE, i.e. development, once all the feasibility work and the planning work is carried out, especially the football ground, where we know there are major question marks about flooding. So what we're arguing is keep it in play. If you can't build on it, what's going to happen to it? One option would surely be to restore it in the way that we're suggesting. And by the way, we're not saying, we know we're not putting any money in for actually reopening it as a football ground. What we're saying is keep it in play so that the officers and the other stakeholders know that that is a possibility. It's not affected by the very narrow decision last night by the District Planning Committee to provide a new all-weather pitch at Newbury Rugby Club, because that, we are assured, is a standalone facility that has nothing to do with Faraday Road. But a future council may decide, for example, that as Monks Lane is not capable of fully accommodating Step 4 football, as was revealed last night, Faraday Road, which can accommodate Step 2, i.e. football at a higher level, should be retained. It would only take a couple of good seasons for a senior football club in Newbury to outgrow Monks Lane. And where are you going to put them? Then you'd be right back to square one. So keep Faraday Road in play. It's something that could be of great value, not just as a potential building site, which I understand is what you see it as, but there's no guarantee of that at all. And it seems folly, after all this money has been spent on ruling out what could yet turn out to be the best possible use for it. So please, we would ask you to keep an open mind. We're just asking you to recognise that this is part of the project, as it were, and we don't see that as being particularly controversial, and I hope that all members will be able to support it. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Culver, I believe you are seconding this.
Yes, I reserve my right, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I invite members to speak on this amendment? I have Councillor Tony Vickers.
Thank you, Chairman. We will be supporting this amendment, although our approach to the LRIE development and football is slightly different to the Greens. It's really just nitpicking for us to disagree with it. As Councillor McKinnon was so excited to announce just now, last night the Executive committed £4.2 million of capital money in this coming year. I think that's the right figure. It's roughly the right figure that I recall, to the Monks Lane Sports Hub. Whereas football on our own land at the Faraday Road site would cost this council far less because we could attract grant money for it. We believe, both the Greens and the Lib Dems, that this project, of which Monks Lane is clearly a part, although we weren't allowed to consider it as such last night's planning, will be a white elephant. It'll be a burden for taxpayers for years to come. But as I say, that wasn't a planning matter. And the project now faces judicial review being brought by a third party, and we wish them well. Sad though. So although our group's policy isn't quite the same, we think it highly likely that under any alternative administration of this council, that the already consented plan to re-provision football on the Faraday Road Greenfield site will be fully implemented, and that's at very little cost to taxpayers and causing little, if any, loss of revenue to the overall hypothetical income from rent that the master plan for the LRIE redevelopment shows. Because we are ambitious for football in Newbury, and we believe, along with the Greens, that a site on such a sustainable location on a much larger piece of ground, which is already a greenfield, part of the green infrastructure, is better for the sport. I mean, our formal policy is that we would prefer to see the site somewhere in our own ownership on LRIE. The football should be retained there. But we think the most likely outcome is for it to stay where it is. And as I say, we already have planning consent. And there is, as Councillor Marsh has said, nothing in our current or emerging local plan to say that you can build homes on that site, which is the absolute foundation of the whole business case. We wanted, in fact, to build homes elsewhere on the LRIE back in 2010-11. And would you believe it? Councillor Law, who was casting a vote last night, made sure that Monks Lane got consent, was the executive member for finance at that time that allowed the tenants to the football ground to shortly afterwards be evicted. And he then became the planning spokesperson. So we will support this amendment, but of course it's not going to go anywhere. So thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Vickers. Councillor Law.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. I was only going to make one correction, but I'm not going to make two. I'd like to correct Councillor Marsh when he said that earlier that District Planning Committee last night agreed that Monks Lane was not a step 4 ground. We actually approved a step 4 application last night. I want to correct that. And now I wish to correct Councillor Vickers. In 2011, 2012, I was not a portfolio member for finance. That didn't happen until much later.
Except that I think it was 2014-15.
Councillor Marsh.
20, yeah, you're correct with the dates now.
I think they were in 2010-11.
Okay. Councillor Masters.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd just like to correct Councillor Law. Yesterday's planning approved lower grade for a step 4, grade E. Grade D in that has to support 1,950 within 2 years of that team reaching step 4. So if that was to happen, it wouldn't qualify.
Chairman, if I just may say, I'm not going to get into the argument. All I suggest is you should eventually read the published.
Sorry, Councillor Law.
We should read the published.
We're not going to have
decision.
A debate over the.
Exactly, sir. I'm not having the debate, Chairman. I'm just saying,
Mr. Chairman,
the facts will be in the published decision from last night.
I think that concludes that. Are there any other speakers to this amendment? Councillor Culver.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Anyone can go and have a look at the deliberations of last night's District Planning Committee on YouTube, and I highly recommend it to the public if they haven't got anything better to do, as are all of our meetings online, and very interesting and informative it was too. All I would say to members this evening is that this is entirely uncontroversial. Basically, funds are being proposed for consultancy work, and all we want is for that to also include consideration about what happens to Faraday Road. So it's not asking for any extra expenditure, it's simply asking for a few extra words to be added. And we think it's entirely sensible and reasonable that if you are to look at that geographical area, that you would include Faraday Road in those considerations. So I recommend this amendment to members.
Thank you, Councillor Culver. Councillor Marsh, do you wish to close your arguments?
No, I think it's all been covered. And in the spirit of the speed with which this meeting is being conducted, I won't say any more.
Thank you. Councillor McKinnon, as proposer of the original motion, can you comment on this amendment should you wish to?
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Chairman. So the Green Party have an opportunity this evening to bring amendments as they see fit to our capital programme for the next 5 years. And they've chosen a golden opportunity for them to put their priorities front and centre during this meeting. To the day after the Newbury Sports Hub obtained planning permission, to use that opportunity not to talk about environmental projects, not to say what more we should be doing on our environment strategy, none of that, but instead to rehash arguments on Faraday Road, that dreaded phrase that we've gone round in circles with 20, 30 times before. I'm sure members don't want to hear me talk about LRIE. I'll just say that I'm expecting an update paper to come through the executive cycle in the next couple of months. But I can't quite believe that the Green Party have chosen this as their only amendment to their capital programme. I think it's a great missed opportunity for them, and I feel quite sad on their behalf.
Point of information, please, Chairman. We deliberately only made one amendment to revenue and one to capital because last year everything was lumped together and we weren't allowed to have votes.
Well,
so,
thank
you know.
Thank you. Members, I'll now ask the Deputy Monitoring Officer to conduct a formal vote on the Green Party amendment to the capital strategy.
Members, you're voting for the Green Party, in relation to the Green Party amendments as listed in the supplementary sheet. Please could you indicate by voting on your microphones. I've still got a few members who have yet to vote. Councillor Hurley, okay, abstaining. So I have 16 yes for the amendment, 1 abstaining and 21 no. So the amendment has been rejected. Thank you.
Thank you, members. I now move back to the debate on the substantive motion. Can I invite members to speak on the substantive motion on the capital strategy, should they wish to do so? Councillor Sumner.
Chairman, thank you. I'm really pleased to see the continued level of support by the capital strategy proposed this evening. For highways, transport, countryside, this represents a solid enabling position and the ability to continue to support the priorities of this administration, to develop local infrastructure to support and local economy, to maintain a green district, and to ensure sustainable services through innovation and partnerships. As always, it's underpinned by collaborative funding streams from the government and the use of S106 and SIL monies, and we can deliver on a number of projects with this, large and small. And by doing so, we improve the daily lives of our residents and businesses, essential after COVID, and this will provide access and improvement across the district. This enables a programme of work over a number of years, as has been noted quite rightly by Councillor Brooks. It allows for continued prioritisation and planning, and importantly, it delivers across the district, not just in Newbury. Over 5 years, £31 million on highways and flood risk asset management, including the extensive carriageway and footway surfacing programmes along with maintenance of drainage, structures and street lighting. There will be a distinct focus on decarbonising our operations. Over £10 million on highway network management improvements, including 3.4 million on active travel improvements, building on the good work in recent years and delivering the aims of our local cycle and walking infrastructure plans. This will also include key rural links, Hungerford footpath improvements and extension of the Hermitage to Hampstead Norris active travel route. Significant upgrades of the Robin Hood roundabout at Newbury. £1.5 million investment in the continued rollout of electric vehicle charge points and looking at how we can decarbonise transport. £600,000 investment in upgrading, optimising and decarbonising our traffic signals. Over £1 million of public rights of way improvements, including significant improvements to improve disabled access to the countryside. Almost £2 million improvements on our open spaces, including continuation of our successful wildflower verge targets, further investment in the Thatcham Nature Discovery Centre, and £700,000 investment in community transport and electrifying our fleet, along with £300,000 upgrading our car park payment equipment. I remain thrilled at the opportunities to drive forward our carbon neutral target, and I fully recognise that these will not meet the desires or needs of everybody, but this is balanced and it is forward-looking. Chairman, members, I've said this before, this capital budget is an enabler and I would be happy to support it.
Thank you, Councillor Summerlin. Councillor Linden. Have you got your microphone on, Councillor Linden?
Fully, okay, thanks, Councillor Law. I fully support the Calcott School remodelling with a total investment of just over £6 million during the period of 2022 to 2027, and it's very much welcome in this for the ward of Tilehurst Birch Copse. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Chairman. As a ward member for Newbury Central, I'd like to draw attention to the funding line for the Newbury Town Centre Master Plan on page 83 of the pack. The Master Plan was recently launched with much fanfare and it has many positive features. I appreciate that detailed costings have yet to be worked out, but I see that all that is budgeted is £134,000 in each of the next 2 years and zero thereafter. Newbury Town Centre is important to many people across this district. Is that all they can expect to be spent in delivery of the master plan? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor Vickers, Tony Vickers.
Thank you, Chairman. As one of the ward members for Wash Common Ward, I'm very pleased to see nearly £5.5 million in the capital budget to improve Parkhouse School. It's in a shocking state at the moment, absolutely shocking. And I see that in the description of this item, it is implied that this is going to cover the additional pupil numbers. And I'm not sure whether, because Parkhouse is now an academy, we are able to actually invest in capital funding there. But I would hope that we could come to some sort of a joint venture, perhaps, Chairman, and maybe Councillor Burke could respond, what he believes is necessary there. Because I believe that the very short tenure of our last head at Parkhouse was largely due to his frustration at the state of the school, where classrooms are unusable and it's really been neglected. Now, I know I personally wish it had not gone academy, and that would have made life easier to fund it, but I'd just like him to deal with that. And of course, it does depend on Sandalford going ahead, which we don't know whether that will happen. I'm sure something will happen, but there we go. Cheers. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Culver.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to take this opportunity to put on the record why we asked for one amendment. When we had the budget meeting last year, all of the Liberal Democrat amendments were lumped into one and all of the Greens amendments were lumped into one. And we were not able to have a proper democratic debate in this chamber. We were told that we could have discussions in advance, and Nick Carter several times said to me that he would broker that, and he never did. We had a pre-budget meeting for this meeting this evening, and we were told that we would have limited time, Liberal Democrats and Greens, limited time to discuss. So we decided it would be sensible to bring forward one amendment so that we were guaranteed a vote and they wouldn't be lumped together, and there wouldn't be an opportunity for people to say, well, we agree with this, but we don't agree with that, so we're going to vote it all down. So that, Councillor McKinnon, is why we brought one. It seems to me...
Councillor Culver, this is a
Thank you. Just one final comment, Chair, if I may. It seems that, you can't have it both ways. That's my point.
Okay. As I understood it, Councillor Culver, the idea of the separate votes and amendments was to enable the amendments to be debated separately, which I think has happened. And thank you for your cooperation on that. Councillor Barnett.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to speak to budget line on page 81 regarding the Kings Road, Link Road, page 72 regarding Burger King roundabout, and also page 73 relating to the Kings Road roundabout. Very important, and I must welcome these proposals. And by the way, just because I'm wearing a blue tie and a blue shirt doesn't mean to say I'm going to jump ship tonight. I can assure you I definitely won't be. But I think it's very important that the ward members are involved in these particular proposed schemes, because these proposed schemes, albeit a little bit away from one another, do interact towards the smooth traffic and smooth movement of traffic between Newbury, Hambridge Road Industrial Estate, and possibly going towards Thatcham and reverse as well. Also, furthermore, this new link road hopefully will be the road that will help and assist and enhance residents in Kings Road and Queens Road and Gordon Road and Kings Road that are also being totally alienated from other parts of the town because of basically rat runners and also other problems. So please, can I ask the executive member that's going to be responsible for driving these projects forward, consult the 3 ward members. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Barnett. Councillor Abbs.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I'll come on to a whole bunch of the things that are in the capital budget, but I was leading up at the Vision Initial and the MTFS to discuss this whole business of investment, and I see 6.3 million or maybe 7, depends how you add it up, but related to environmental stuff out of 220 million over the next 5 years. It all sounds very impressive. The problem is that pretty much everything that here, bar this Graiseley development, which is not even a conservative idea, is actually not going to do much in terms of achieving the actual end goal, which is to go to net zero by 2030. I don't understand why you continue only to focus primarily, well, not only, so that's not quite true. Let me correct myself. Why you focus primarily on what you control only. You need to get the rest of the West Berkshire to come with you on projects, in which case you need to be more imaginative, which is what the whole idea about a larger energy company, which isn't new. It was first bought last year, Councillor McKinnon. So, it's simply evolved over that time. And on that point, most of what is here didn't come to the AG, which I'm a member of. And therefore, which I understand is the correct place that we should be discussing these type of things. But of course, we're not allowed to discuss what goes on in AG because it's a silly Part 2 meeting that achieves nothing most of the time, because we're not actually allowed to bring those ideas. I regularly contribute to that meeting with loads of ideas about what we can do as a council, not just for my own glory, because it doesn't come out, does it? It's a complete waste of time most of the time, because it's a briefing for Councillor Ardagh Walter and nothing else. Most of the people that come along are actually precepts on, what you so, well, anyway, we can't talk about it. So I'll stop bringing that point up. But you can see I am hot under the collar about it because you accuse me when I get 3 minutes. And I don't control how long I get to speak. That I'm told you got 3 minutes. Give something that's complex, and describe it in 3 minutes. But I'm not allowed to use a PowerPoint presentation. I can't use slides where a visual might have been 1,000 words. I have to just use words. So guess what? The fact you can't understand it is not my problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Oates. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm very supportive of this capital strategy because I actually think it delivers for the whole district. I see major schemes and hyperlocal schemes that will bring key projects close to many of our residents. But I'm actually going to take my leader's hat off for this evening and talk to you about me as a ward member and my residents in Newbury-Speen. I know they will be delighted with the investment that is going in towards a new primary school, which will assist with the new development there in the coming years. I know that those residents will also welcome the increase in SEND provision, increasing the capacity around Castlegate and investing in the Castle School with the World of Work initiatives. It is something that we really welcome as residents of Newbury-Speen. We are fortunate enough, we have Shaw House in the ward, and it's really good to see that we continue to invest in Shaw House, its maintenance and its development. So I welcome that one here tonight. But the thing I'm probably most excited about this whole capital strategy is the fact that we are investing in the Lido. So not only will it look to increase the months of its use, but it will preserve an asset that is so dear to the many of us who I'm sure in this room grew up in Newbury and enjoyed visits to the Lido every summer, or raised our families in Newbury and took them there over many happy summer days. So I'm really excited that there's some real positivity there, that we are preserving the Lido for future generations to enjoy and to help attract more visitors to Newbury, because yes, this Conservative administrator wants to attract more visitors to Newbury. So thank you, Councillor Wollaston, for your input in that. And I'm really excited to see that work happen. I was particularly pleased to see the amount of consultation that went on with residents across Newbury to get their views on it. So from the residents of Newbury-Speen that I've spoken to, we welcome this capital investment into our ward.
Thank you, Councillor Doherty. Councillor Marino.
Thank you, Chairman. No, I just wanted to very briefly say how pleased I was to see money committed for remodelling and refurbishment works, in respect of accessibility at the excellent Brookfields SEN school in Tilehurst and Purley. And I'm sure that you and Councillor Williamson, as my fellow ward members, will agree with me on that.
Thank you. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm sure we've all got things in our wards that we like, and just to pick 3 green wards, Speenhamland School nursery class, £157,000. Falcon School, nearly £4 million to stop a classroom that is literally sliding across the playground, would be rebuilt. The Ridgeway Trails, £65,000. The reason I mention this is not just because we represent those areas, but because we actually support those measures and a lot more in this strategy. And this is going to be hard for some members to grasp, but we don't vote automatically against everything that's put forward by another party. We're not going to vote against this capital budget, despite the fact, as you've already heard, there are certain things in it that we disagree, that we strongly disagree with. But there's a lot in there that we like. And honestly, to say why didn't we put forward more amendments? And having already said, you don't bother putting forward amendments. You should be working through them with officers and with the executive beforehand. That's exactly what we do. I spend a lot of time, for example, at the Transport Advisory Group, working with Councillor Sumner and all party members of that group, doing exactly what Councillor McKinnon has just said we should do, which is working together, coming forward with proposals, saying where can we find money to improve the bus service, where can we find money for active travel. And I really resent the suggestion to make a crude party political point that we don't do that. Just turning back to the substantive motion on the budget. I mentioned some things that we like. It's good to see 22 million on the environment strategy. On the EV charging points, we've consistently said they're not in the right place, and I think it's important and I hope Councillor Sumner does agree with me on this, that they need to be put where people can use them, not where other people are going to park there. He referred to the wildflower verges. Great. The most popular thing that this council has done in my time on the council, for sure. Everyone loved it. But why only 25,000 for 1 year only? That's slightly worrying, because in other areas you're going forward and putting money. And I'd like to see that continued indefinitely. It's a fantastic scheme. The net carbon reduction measures, such as large-scale tree planting, we've seen this in every budget since we introduced the climate emergency in the first place. It's now back to that word feasibility, subject to feasibility analysis. And I don't know why these measures are taking so long. I don't know why we've only just started talking to large landowners about this issue when it's nearly 3 years since the climate emergency.
30 seconds, Councillor.
Well, thank you, Chair. Was forward. And the Urban Tree Fund, where are they? And by the way, the officers, this is not a criticism in any sense of the officers. They want to do this, but I don't see where the resources have been to get them so that they can get out there doing it. And finally, the 5.5 million plagues pitch strategy, most of it will go on Monks Lane. What a wasted opportunity. And further, finally, only £30,000 for speed limit reviews. That's a very frustrating delay with those. And as all members, whatever party, must know, speed limit reviews, speeding limit are probably the single biggest thing that our residents care about. And it's just very disappointing to see you giving this such a low priority when it's such a vital
Thank you, Councillor
issue.
Marsh.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Councillor Dillon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will be voting against the capital strategy, not because we don't agree with the individual projects listed, and we all want investment in our ward, but because, as we said in our amendment, we don't think it's gone far enough. It hasn't put down, for example, concrete funding for town centre regeneration, and we think that that's crucial, especially as we're in the middle of developing a plan. So because it doesn't go far enough, that's why we're not going to support it this evening. Again, like Councillor Marsh said, we could all talk about projects that we support. The flood alleviation schemes in Thatcham is something that ever since I've been a councillor, I've been involved in working on. And of course, we welcome the ability to protect our residents' homes. On page 70, it's got the DFG, so the disability grant. And in previous years, we have often underspent that grant. So I would just implore, it's a big chunk of money, I think 1.7 million, something like that. Big chunk of money. And so I just implore the administration to really keep a focus on making sure that service users can gain access to that mandatory grant. On page 60, there's a breakdown of how the funding is split. And interesting, with our amendment, Councillor McKinnon assumed that it would all have to be borrowed, even though the 151 officers' own comments on our amendment said that actually you could use SIL or other income. And just like your own capital strategy, you are not investing 220 million of council money. You're also using grants from central government, and you are also using SIL. So whilst you say we can't have it both ways, Councillor McKinnon, you seem to be accepting that you can. And then I think I'll just finish, if I may, Mr. Chairman, by absolutely supporting Councillor Marsh's call on speed limit reviews. We've seen having to go via full council petitions and motions to get a 40-mile-an-hour speed limit in the centre of Thatcham reduced to 30.
Still not done.
And still not done. And I think despite promises from the transport portfolio holder to expedite that, which was taken on good merit, but I think it shows we need probably more investment in the core services to be able to go and do those studies and get the solutions worked up a lot quicker so that we can respond to residents' needs. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Zinn. Councillor Cotton.
Thank you, Chairman. Firstly, I'd like to support Councillor Doherty's opinions on the Lido. In the past, Liberal Democrat policy has always been to support this. We spent over £250,000 on new pumps, filters, and improvements of the structure. And yes, she is absolutely right. It is for the whole of the community, and it's very worthwhile. Also, I would just like to say on the Thatcham flood relief, the town council has put the seed money in here and have worked very, very hard throughout the years to actually improve it. Because I was there 7, 8, 9 years, seems a long time ago, but I was wading through waters on the A4 to the Francis Bay School to actually save my children. And you should have seen the torrent out in the front of the Kennet School. It really looked like rapids. So again, I equally support that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ardagh-Walter.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to add to the outbreak of cross-party compliments with again cautiously endorsing some of Councillor Marsh's comments and questions. So the one in particular I'd like to compliment and build on is comments on electric vehicle charging points, which absolutely will be further built on, and indeed over time will become moved and adjusted and built out as more people buy electric cars. Of course, as you will know, we are very early on into the uptake of electric vehicles. It is quite right that we, the council, can and will and should invest ahead of further buying of cars. But again, this is not set in stone. It's going to move, it's going to adapt. And again, I do welcome this substantial part of the environmental budget. Just on two other things, again, touched on, trees and natural solutions partnerships. Again, it's a very small part of the overall environment pot. But it is not correct to say that we're only just starting now. A lot of the work is not so much West Berkshire itself doing its own thing in splendid isolation, but of mobilising and working with other organisations throughout the district. And what is really encouraging, and I look forward to updating members on shortly, is specific concrete projects in which we, West Berkshire Council, will support and work with and coordinate activities of other natural-facing or nature-facing organisations in the district. And finally, I'd just like to touch on, as most of us are aware, the forthcoming significant investment in a separate food waste collection, which again I trust still maintains all party support. It will save money, it will save the environment, and it will improve services to residents. So again, building on Councillor Somner's comments, we have a very strong environmental portfolio here in this capital budget. Obviously, there is always more that can be done, and absolutely we will look at that as time goes on. But again, I commend this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, members, for your contributions. Councillor Bowick, we move to the closure of this debate.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you, members, for your contribution to this debate. It's been interesting to hear many of you speak in detail about the content of the capital strategy. And I'm going to follow suit, but my focus will be on my portfolio. This year, again, we were able to assign places for the vast majority of our children in secondary schools of their choice when they move up to year 7 in September. We matched 88% of applicants' first choices, and that's something that we have a great record in doing. And just short of 98% of children will be going to a secondary school of their choice. And this is all thanks to the close working relationship we have with our schools, the detailed planning from our education team, and the support that this capital programme offers us. And I'll just talk briefly there about Park House, Councillor Vickers. You're absolutely right. We are responsible for the provision of basic need. That means classrooms for children. The responsibility for the continuing maintenance and upkeep of the school is the responsibility of the academies. And Park House is an academy. They're in the business of education. They do a great job, of course, but at the end of the day, for them, it's while it might also be a vocation, they also make money from it. And if we were to start picking up the tab for all of our academies at West Berkshire, then we would have a huge task ahead of us. Of the £220 million that Councillor McKinnon set out in this 5-year programme, over 52 million will be spent on the education of our children and young people.
in providing school places for them, to maintain and improve their facilities, to keep them safe, and to enhance accessibility for our SEND children. And we've heard other members talking about SEND provision, and I'm really excited about the SEMH provision that we're rolling out on the site of the old Field Primary School. And I heard Councillor Dillon's point on the DFG spending, and that's good advice. Thank you for that. And I will talk to my officers about that. I'm absolutely delighted to see this investment in the futures of our young people. And I'm pleased to see that the whole programme represents a well-balanced strategy. By the way, Councillor Brooks will be spending £12 million on education next year in 22-23 for your elucidation. So of course,
30 seconds, Councillor.
Oh, thank you very much. Well, I was going to talk about the other money that we'll be spending in the various areas that will support our children, such as the highways, the leisure strategy, but I'm going to leave that for another day. And just to round up, pleased to hear from Councillor Marsh that there'll be cross-party support for this strategy. And if, Mr. Chairman and members, if I wasn't already in complete support of this programme, the allocation of a substantial sum of money for the improvement of footpaths in Aldermaston Ward has absolutely convinced me, and I'm very pleased to second Councillor McKinnon's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McKinnon.
Thanks, Ross.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Yeah, okay, so let me just wrap this up. I do need to clarify something that's got a couple of people hot under the collar. My point on the Greens amendment was not the number of amendments brought. You need to go back and check what I said. It was the fact that given that they only had one amendment, what they chose to talk about was nothing environmental. It was Faraday Road and the London Road Industrial Estate. Not the number, but the top. There we are. Everyone seems to be being furious with me, which makes me quite uncomfortable. There was a rather unkind comment, I can't remember who made it, about, oh, well, we could all talk about things that are in our ward. I rather like that. I like hearing about things that are in members' wards and what they think the capital programme is going to bring to them. Don't discourage that. I think it was a Green councillor. Don't discourage that. It's excellent to hear the tangible, real improvements that are going to be made across West Berkshire, and I hope that we hear it more often. I want to come back to something that Councillor Moore and Councillor Dillon mentioned about town centre studies. I think Councillor Dillon rightly mentioned that we do have 150k in revenue reserves for studies. I want to assure him and Councillor Moore that the Thatcham side for Uli, the work's not been procured yet to avoid confusion with the local plan visioning for Thatcham, but I do expect it to be brought forward in the first quarter of the new year. I expect funds to be set aside when business cases are prepared, so that is underway. And funding sources may well not be council funding; it could be UK Shared Prosperity Fund and others. And again, to Councillor Moore on the Newbury Town Centre Master Plan, the same. Once we do have tangible projects, Capital Strategy Group will look at those and hopefully allocate funding. And I'll just wrap up with coming back to Councillor Dillon. You mentioned that I was trying to have it both ways. He probably knows what I'm going to say, that your amendments might be syllable, but if we allocate SIL to those and we're not cutting any other projects, then SIL gets moved from one to the other and the other projects need the borrowing. So I'm not quite sure I'm having it both ways, but we can resume a battle on that another time. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor McKinnon. Members, that concludes the debate on the capital strategy. I will now ask the Deputy Monitoring Officer to conduct the formal vote.
Members, please can you vote on the recommendations as outlined in agenda item 6, page 55 of the agenda, by indicating on your screens. Mr. Chard, I do need you to scroll down so I can see all member names appearing. Can we capture the screenshot for that, please? So I have 22 yes for the recommendations, 3 abstentions and 13 noes. The recommendations are carried and approved. Thank you.
Thank you, members. Have we recorded that vote? Okay.
Yes, we have.
Okay.
So, George, can you confirm that for me?
Yeah, confirm it's
Thank you.
captured.
Yes, for members' information, for the main items of capital and revenue strategies, we record those votes so they can be put into the minutes as named votes. Thank you. Thank you for that, members. I plan to adjourn now for 15 minutes until, let's say, just before 8 o'clock. Thank you.
Chairman, members, the meeting is once again live.
Thank you. Welcome back, members. Thank you for being prompt. We turn to our last and probably largest item on the agenda tonight. That's item 7, the revenue budget. Can I invite Councillor Ross McKinnon to formally move the recommendation on pages 92 and 93 of your summons? And then I'll ask for a seconder.
Thank you, Chairman. And just bear with me while I make that proposal. I do have a minor amendment with your consent. So it's my very great pleasure to present the revenue budget for 22-23. And I propose that the Council accepts the recommendations presented in section 2 of the report with your consent, Chairman, with one minor amendment, which was circulated to members on Tuesday, namely that Appendix F Part 2 on page 169 be amended to correct an error in the table for private sector housing. The proposed charge for an HMO licence renewal in 22-23 is £797, not 79 as originally published. Our fees and charges are, of course, excellent value, but not that good value, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. Do we have a seconder?
Chairman, I'm happy to second the proposal, but I'll reserve my rights.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Brooks, do you wish to speak to the motion and move your amendment?
You first.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Ross.
I can ask for a 9-minute warning again. Thank you.
Sorry,
I might not get
asking
there.
for the amendment before the motion.
That was it.
Back to Ross McKinnon.
Thanks, Chairman. But members, a year ago, I presented my second budget as portfolio holder, and that was on Zoom. And I mentioned then that I missed standing up to give my revenue budget speech with the massed ranks of the opposition in front of me waiting to tear it apart, and that I hoped we'd get back to the council chamber for the next one. Well, once we're finished tonight, I'll let you know if I still feel that way and change my mind. Now, each quarter during the financial year, executive and OSMC meetings, we've already talked about this tonight, we review the actual revenue spend against the budget we set the previous March. Now, this year, our actual spend has been much closer to budget after the use of specific risk reserves than the previous year, which of course was hugely affected by the pandemic. I want to take a moment to thank Councillor Brooks in particular for taking a constructive approach during those meetings and recognising the continuing challenges faced by the Council this year. I would also like to pay tribute to our staff in both the Economic Development and Revenues and Benefits team, who have continued to perform a crucial role distributing COVID business grants to firms across the district, particularly in the hospitality and leisure sectors. They've worked flat out, I know how hard they've worked, to provide millions of pounds of support to businesses who desperately need it. Now, the headline announcement of any revenue budget is the decision on how much to raise council tax. Now, as a Conservative, my instinct is to leave as much of our residents' cash in their pockets as possible. I would dearly like, in principle, to be talking about freezing or cutting council tax than putting it up at all. But I also live in the real world. The council's costs rise year on year. It costs more every year to provide the same level of services to our residents. 75% of our income comes from council tax and the adult social care precept. Now, following last year's extremely low rise of 1.99%, this year's local government financial settlement permits us to raise council tax bills by up to 5.99%. We've chosen not to do this. Instead, there is a core council tax rise of 1% and an adult social care precept of 3%, meaning that bills will rise by exactly 4%. I understand that we're in a small minority of councils across England not to take the maximum rise allowed across both years. It's important to explain the factors behind this decision. We have to balance competing demands across the district when setting the budget. Residents who responded to the budget simulator exercise suggested an average council tax rise of 4.7%. Demand for our social care services, for both adults and children, where we spend over half the budget, requires an extra £5 million in this year's budget compared to last year. But we also know that all of our residents are seeing the cost of living rise significantly, driven mainly by wholesale energy prices. As a council, we can do our bit to help by not taking the maximum rise and recommending an increase below the rate of inflation. Coupled with the £150 rebate on band A to D bills from our central government, this should make a real positive difference to residents' household budgets. Last but not least, we're able to take less than the maximum thanks to the good and robust financial control exercised by this and previous Conservative administrations, meaning our reserves position is strong enough to provide prudent support to the budget while maintaining the general reserve above the minimum recommended level. I'm also pleased to confirm that we're once again able to provide a £150 reduction to council tax for working age claimants receiving a council tax reduction. This will provide some very welcome support to some of our residents on the lowest incomes. Now, I'm very proud that this revenue budget provides extensive investment towards achieving the priorities in the administration's council strategy. 105,000 goes towards our environment strategy, coupled, of course, with the 24 million invested in the capital programme in maintaining a green district. We're delivering on our clear commitment to work towards net zero by 2030, protect our green spaces and conserve our natural environment. In West Berkshire, the Conservative administration are the only choice for residents who care about careful environmental stewardship, coupled with sensible governance and financial management. £60,000 extra will be invested in our economic development service as the council takes on some activities previously carried out by the LEP, pending the outcome of the government's LEP review. We are clear that support for business and a strong local economy is essential to provide good jobs for our residents and underpin the council tax and business rates based in the district, which funds the provision of our vital local services. You can't have one without the other. 573,000 goes towards our vulnerable children and adults achieving better outcomes, including 43,000 for new mental health support staff, 202,000 for family safeguarding, 303,000 towards increased demand for help with special educational needs. Also, there's 310,000 to support our upcoming local plan to ensure our housing and employment land supply for the future. The budget makes further investment in workforce development and digitisation of services to enhance residents' involvement and communication with the council. Finally, the budget for 22-23 contains support for areas continuing to be affected by COVID, like 272,000 for our contact advice and assessment centre in Children and Family Services, and also replaces lost income from car parking charges and other sources. Now, as we talked about earlier, the budget contains savings and income generation proposals totalling £5.3 million. We have a responsibility to our residents to be as efficient as possible and to provide value for their money by transforming the way that we work. Just like last year and the year before, I'm delighted to confirm that none of these savings will result in cuts to frontline services. Now, the Section 151 officer is required to make a recommendation of the minimum level of the general reserve for non-specific items and risks. He's recommended a minimum general reserve this year of £7 million. The general reserve's position, even after the use of funds to support the low council tax rise this year, as a result of this budget, will fall from 10.59 million to 9.26 million. I feel it is prudent, with all of the continuing uncertainty caused by the pandemic, inflation, and of course the potential devastating effects of current world events on our own economy, to have a healthy level of reserves. And I'm very happy that we have exactly that. This budget strikes the right balance between investing in services and infrastructure while keeping council tax rises as low as possible. There are, of course, uncertainties and risks in the years ahead, but this budget ensures we're financially resilient for the future. We have exciting new schemes in this budget and long-term investment in our district. Thank you very much indeed, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Doherty is reserved her right. So can I now invite Councillor Brooks? Do you wish to respond to the motion and then present your amendment?
Chairman, thank you. And thank you for agreeing that I actually respond to the motion, the proposals, and then introduce my amendment. I will not then speak in the substantive motion later. I'm actually banging together my 3 and 5 minutes into 8. Now, Chairman, in previous years, we've worked through the administration's budget proposals, and I'll introduce a package of amendments to them shortly. I heard Councillor McKinnon say that each quarter we look at the outturn and we see how we are against the budget, and we're very close, he tells me, at quarter 3. He should know I'll be looking very, very carefully at quarter 4, because he's telling us he'll be 40k underspent at the year end. Let's see just where he ends up, because quarter 4 is normally a time when officers tend to open their bottom drawer, Councillor McKinnon, and provide some savings you should know about. But we've been calling on this administration over several years to undertake a zero-based budgeting exercise, challenging the spend on every item, every role, and every expense in every department, and building the budget from the bottom upwards. I come on reason for doing this, and I looked up a sort of definition earlier, is that the key benefit of zero-based budgeting is that it focuses attention on the actual resources required to produce an output or outcome, rather than a percentage increase or decrease in the budget compared to the previous year. It's an approach to budgeting that starts from the premise that no cost or activity should be factored into a budget just because it was present in a previous period. Rather, everything that is to be included in the budget must be considered and justified. Now, the administration has refused to do this across the council for many years. And I wonder if the new chief executive has the appetite for it. I'll tell you what, you do that. You are simply building the budget around the financial pressures that you're presented to by our officers. You may challenge them to make savings, but you also have to work through their assumptions and recommendations and challenge them very robustly. You would say that you do that. But until you undertake the scrutiny that zero-based budgeting entails, your assurances are questionable. But it also seems to me, Chairman, that these budget papers are getting thinner. You might applaud that, and in most cases you would be right. Our reports are far too long, repetitive, and often with poor flow. But for the budget, I expect all members and the public to receive full detail on the proposals. Let me give you some examples. In Appendix D on page 121, we get a table of savings and income generation. The implications behind each measure are confined to a small box at each side of the saving or line item. So a £340,000 saving in a review of care packages has the implication may impact some provider services, clients, families. Really, you don't say. What amount as a percentage of that is the overall budget is that to care packages? How do you justify these savings without the proper commentary and narrative to support them? Family hubs from public health funding. You're going to save £250,000. Implications? None. None. And there are several lines like this through this table. None. This is just shoddy. And the sum total of these savings and income generation is over £3.9 million. I've even omitted the Treasury measures from that amount. Another example, you intend to save £250,000 on mileage claims. That is 32% of the overall budget. How sure can you be of that being achievable? And these savings are outlined on 3 pages of this budget. In fact, the revenue budget is a mere 44 pages if I omit the changes to the fees and charges. Come on, Councillor McKinnon. You might be happy to give us such a thin description of your revenue budget, but we are not. In fact, we challenged an officer on an aspect of the proposals, and he replied that we do provide a lot of covering explanation in the savings, but probably for sheer volume reasons, they are condensed in the papers you received. Condensed and then some. They seem to exist somewhere, but we're not allowed to see them. This is unbelievably complacent. And you're starting to look like a complacent administration that doesn't have to give all the detail because you know you've got the votes to put it through. So why would anybody expect to vote for this budget, even your own members, if you won't make sure that all the relevant information is there to properly scrutinise it? And now to the proposals themselves. There's a great deal of risk in this budget, as I said before. Assumptions over inflation, assumptions over interest rates. The pay award could come back to bite you. And therefore, whatever you tell me is good in it, I'll tell you there's not enough in there for it to be properly scrutinised in this chamber tonight. Now, we bring forward a set of amendments, some of which we've tabled in the previous years. Many of them look to build on initiatives the administration is developing. We believe they are appropriate and will help make West Berkshire a better place to live. The extra amount of money is affordable and verified by the monitoring officer. Within these, Councillor Abbs will talk about pilot schemes to test the feasibility of green initiatives that are ambitious and can have a high impact on our green agenda. How long do I have left, Chairman? How many?
2.5 minutes.
And I looked when you went through the process of bringing an initiative like that, and you said it's got to come here, it's got to come there, it's then got to come here. It sounded like Sir Humphrey, Councillor McKinnon. Please don't go down that rabbit hole. Within these, we call upon Councillor Sumner to work through his standoff with Redibus and reinstate that grant with proper speed and avoid making the perfect be the enemy of the good for a clause that he doesn't have to die in a ditch for. We call upon Councillor Ardagh Walter to give relief on the green bin charge for non-collection. He voted against our amendment on this last year and then introduced the measure later. Can we avoid that charade this year, I wonder? We're consistent in our proposal to remove the green bin charge for those in receipt of council tax benefits. We bring forward 2 measures to help youth and children, supporting expansion of canoeing and climbing opportunities for young people and youth clubs. And Councillor Martha Vickers will talk on those later. These 10 amendments have much merit. They can all make a positive contribution to the services our residents receive. But they are proposals that have not been developed by the ruling group, and I contend that's the only thing wrong with them. So I'll conclude with two things. One, I want to see better paperwork, more thorough explanations when you're trying to save 4 million quid. I want to see something that is robust and can be properly scrutinised in this chamber. I then want to see you take a more inclusive way of working in this council to look at amendments and see if any of these 10 could be supported because they are useful to our residents, helpful to our residents. And as I said to you, Councillor Kent, I'll close on this, they're pilot schemes. And I'm not sure they need to go through all the bureaucratic treacle that you outlined. Carpe diem, sir. Action this day. Thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Brooks. Councillor Dinner, I guess you are second.
I'll second and reserve my rights, Mr. Chairman.
Members, I'll open it up for contributions on the Liberal Democrat amendments, starting with Councillor Martha Vickers.
Right, sorry, it's on now. Thank you. Regarding the amendment about supporting young people, our young people are our future and are one of the groups that has suffered most over the last few years. Months without schooling, but equally serious for this age group, isolation from their peers. As a result, there is a growing concern for their mental health and well-being, especially the disadvantaged whose families have fewer resources. This proposal seeks to help some of our young people develop physical and mental skills and grow in confidence. Young people also need places to gather, to meet and develop friendship groups, safe places where they can have the support of trained youth workers if needed. We have an excellent facility for young people here in Newbury at the Waterside Centre. Let us try to support other communities in other areas of the district to serve their young people better. As regards the amendment considering disadvantaged families, we all know that those in insecure jobs and young families have suffered most from lockdown and other COVID restrictions. And these could well be the people we've depended on for our care and services. So it's only right that we should consider giving them extra support. For some families, having two parents working from home in a spacious house with no financial pressures, homeschooling children has been a positive experience. But for many in cramped housing with increasing financial pressures, it has increased their hardship. We see from the report that there has been a rise in the number of children in care. Could this be linked? It is also a worrying fact that those children born at the start of the pandemic will have spent the whole of their first vital 1001 days under COVID restrictions. What of their future if their parents are struggling? If we recognise that struggling with debt and financial pressures can be the last straw for already vulnerable families, we need to do all we can to assist them. Here I would like to highlight the work of Citizens Advice West Berkshire, which has for many years provided a vital local service that people can turn to when negotiating the system and money worries overwhelm them. In their recent report, they say that there's been an increase in inquiries about benefits and employment. I ask the Council to be generous in supporting this vital service. The increasing demand for its services will require increasing support. As regards the very young born in the pandemic, we'll need to ensure that they are monitored and their families supported. Our health visitors are a vital link here. I would like assurance that the public health grant from central government, which funds this service, is secure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vickers. Councillor Abbs.
Thank you, Chairman. The Conservative plan as currently laid out does begin to tackle the emergency. Unfortunately, at a pace and scale that actually results in us missing our 2030 target by an absolute mile. Yeah, of course. Sorry about that. Can I start again, please, as wasn't heard?
Yes.
Thank you very much. The Conservative plan, as laid out, does begin to tackle the emergency, but at a pace and scale that results in us missing our 2030 target by a mile. So I'm a little unsure of where Councillor McKinnon is coming from, and we'll come back to that in the substantive. This is why our main amendment addressed energy security and cost for all, the biggest issue that we need to face along with transport. So it was written, obviously, in the hope that the capital amendment would have got through. So as I read it out now, you'll see why. The amendments do build on budget proposals from the capital amendment now rejected, but of course they have been shared with officers in the hope that there would have been some kind of cross-party cooperation. The revenue element for the actual creation of an entity was a senior officer, because we're going to need someone who really knows what they're doing to actually investigate this, along with the consultants that were proposed as part of the capital. I doubt you'll now approve the 80K that's being asked for here to at least start that part of the exercise. It is ambitious, of course, as I've mentioned before, and complex, but that's why you do an investigation, to make sure you're getting it right. Moving on, we also requested 100K to be set aside for 2 officers whose remit would be to ensure both the sharing of the increasing expertise being built up within West Berkshire Council and to be able to act as advisors for anyone looking at their own projects, technologies, etc. Knowledge sharing is essential to meet our stated climate emergency goal. It likely means liaison with Newbury College Renewable Centre, of course, and the work they are doing. To conclude, I brought forward an amendment to remove the green bin charge for those in receipt of council tax benefits, to start with at least. Something we Lib Dems think should be scrapped completely, but at least if we do that, it's a relatively small amount of revenue and can be done now. I'll come back with more comments during the substantive. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Abbs. Councillor Barwick.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, I'm going to speak to 2 of the amendments that were introduced by Councillor Vickers M. I'm also going to speak to the Liberal Democrats Amendment R5. Nobody presented that, but I would like to speak to it after having had a conversation with Councillor Hunt at half time.
Point of order, Chairman. Can we not present the amendments first?
Sorry, I don't understand that.
Well, we haven't finished the presentation of the amendments yet. We have Lee to go. We have Tony.
This
Vickers
is general. I've invited all members to speak from both sides.
But the comments that are now being made,
I'm taking them in the order that they are presented to me. Please don't interrupt further. Councillor Barwick, continue.
Thank you, Chairman. And thank you to Councillor Vickers for her concerns about our young people after the ordeal many of them have suffered under COVID, and I share her sentiments. I'm not convinced of that the solution is as presented. Our youth teams, with the community groups, including parish and town councils, our partners such as Berkshire Youth and Greenham Trust, talk to young people, and it's clear that they don't want to go. They're not looking to play ping pong in a village hall. They do, as she said, want to have safe spaces. Which are comfortable, where they can socialise and talk to one another and speak to people they can trust, and we can achieve that, I think, without trying to go back to recreate the youth clubs of the past. We're looking with our partners. We're looking at making better use of spaces in community buildings for young people, and so we're looking at ways to do that with sustainable funding streams. And as far as canoeing and climbing is concerned, we have great facilities at Waterside Centre and Venture Dolphin. She makes a good point about what I call outreach, reaching out to our most disadvantaged, the families who need our help the most. And we do that through our family hubs. And we spend, certainly in this year, around £400,000 on doing that. And we do a fantastic job. Our family hubs are recognised as being a model for other authorities. We recently had an informal peer review by Brighton and Hove, by a team which involved officers and members from Brighton and Hove and Windsor and Maidenhead, and they took learnings away from us on how we reach out through our family hubs. We have great nurseries talking about the early learning.
30 seconds, Councillor Brown.
Points. And I'm not quite sure where she was going with CAB and health visitors. I don't think that's part of this amendment. Really quick, as far as the proposal that council tax will be forgiven for care leavers, we are in contact with 92% of our young people who have left care. They receive advice and support from our officers as they need, and all but a handful have adequate accommodation. Very few are council taxpayers, and if they're in trouble and they can't pay the bill, then we will help them through our council tax reduction scheme. It's what we do. We are their corporate parents.
Thank you. Councillor Tony Vickers.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm speaking to the Viable Villages Amendment, item R4. This amendment would have linked with our capital amendments C2 and C3, and does link with our comments on the draft local plan last year, where we put tackling the climate emergency front and centre in the package. We strongly support localism, partnerships with and among parishes, and the desire of rural communities to take back control as society goes through drastic and sometimes frightening change. When I was a member for Kintbury on Newbury District Council, that's 25 years ago, I was aware then of a certain sense of two communities living side by side. There was the former council estate where many homes, now privately owned, had become unaffordable for the children of local people to buy. So parents lost hope of seeing their children growing up nearby. Then there were the incomers who could afford to buy and who mixed easily with a few local landowners whose fields were massively rising in value. Knowing the incomers wanted things to stay nicely as they were, their children could afford to be educated privately while the local primary school saw falling rolls. Pubs went up market, the local garage and some shops closed. The term viable villages was invented by CPRE, who understand the threat to rural communities better than Whitehall and Westminster. CPRE have come together with Shelter, the champions of homeless and families desperate for better and more affordable homes, to try and tackle the problem of increasingly non-viable villages. And we're responding to that. We want this council to show more leadership and be more proactive in encouraging rural communities in our district to take advantage of a more climate-friendly set of planning policies we hope we'll be seeing soon. The person doing this job would probably have a background in planning, but be skilled in community engagement and work under economic development. She or he would bring together all the movers and shakers in a service village or a group of smaller parishes, help them understand how Adrian's community energy company, which I hope we will take up soon, and renewable energy generation, like the scheme that Emborne Parish is bringing forward, could help make rural life more affordable and sociable. In our post-COVID enabled world with better broadband and a distributed power network, there are opportunities for villages, but we need to move fast. The Ukraine crisis hasn't made climate change go away. Planetary systems don't care about wars. We cannot return to burning coal like Germany is understandably planning for longer than it takes to invest in better home insulation for all, especially poorer families, replacing oil with heating for heat pumps. Adrian's technical entrepreneurship which this council has benefited from since he decided our party was his way of serving the district, needs to be complemented with someone with the people skills to nudge rural communities into taking up the challenge cooperatively and sustainably to live in the future. So let's be ambitious and adopt this scheme now. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Ardagh-Walter.
Thank you, Chairman. So inevitably, I'd like to comment on Councillor Abs's amendment. And I was listening with amusement to Councillor Brooks's exhortations to us at the start of these amendments, encouraging us, in fact, berating us for not undertaking zero-based budgeting and proper commentary and analysis and scrutiny, and finishing by saying that the only thing wrong with these amendments was that they were not developed by the ruling group and everything else was fine. So translating those exhortations to Councillor Abs, and of course I'm sure you both spoke to each other at length about these, I'd just like to save on the hypothetical chance that this revenue amendment would have been passed, the £80,000 annual costs of a senior officer, plus, as we've voted down, the 100,000 in consultants' fees to investigate and develop business plans for a power company. And again, I note with amusement the brackets invest to save standard in the first line. So again, I can save an awful lot, in fact, all of that money, by just reminding members that two large city councils, much bigger than ourselves, Nottingham and Bristol, jointly lost something of the order of £70 million over the last 3 years by investing and setting up their own power companies. And that was before the rocketing of energy prices and the huge volatility of the last 6 months, which has seen 25 energy companies go to the wall. So just applying a little of Councillor Brooks's scrutiny to this proposal on power company might suggest that rather than springing together 5 lines of text, which incidentally, again, could have been built on with a bit more time than 2 days. It's not invest to save, Chairman and members. This is invest to lose. It's buying a very expensive lottery ticket. So frankly, it's not a well-formed proposal. I don't spend any more time on it. Regarding the other measures, I could say very much the same for the Green Hub. The cost of 100,000 to embed and share expertise. We are already doing that with organisations and consumers and businesses. Absolutely, we have a way to go. We will increase on that. But to dedicate a further 100,000 to do more sharing is not warranted. To give back £4 each per house because of a pre-announced suspension of the green bin collection in January, when certainly my garden was producing no garden waste and residents had been warned, doesn't seem to be a good use of this council's resources. And equally, just to get rid of green bin charge for people on council tax seems to have no merit other than being another opportunity to produce something different. I don't see the logic behind it, and I don't see the rationale, and I certainly don't see where services would be cut to compensate for these. So again, I'm going to vote against these measures, Chairman, and I urge all members to do likewise. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Rolls.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to pick up on one of the comments that Councillor Martha Vickers made regarding the CAB. As the local authority representative for CAB, I just wanted to welcome a comment she made regarding their good work and endorse that myself. I've seen that firsthand from attending also their board meetings on a regular basis. But I also wanted to just say that this administration had been supportive of CAB and their good work and continue to do so. And in fact, I recently met with the new chief exec and the CEO of West Berkshire CAB, just to profile and highlight that good work. So, and we will continue to do that. I just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sumner.
Thank you, Chairman. I would like to pick up on R4 and R6 viable villages. I do have a concern regarding the proposal, and I say that given the absence of the detail prior to the meeting, which has now been provided by Councillor Vickers. Firstly, for me, viable has no definition, doesn't reflect a standard offering or need, and this fundamentally is an issue to the diversity across our district. Viable for a village in the AONB, for example, would not be the same as viable for a village within the DEPZ. For clarity of scale, as a council, we have, I believe, in the region of 65 parish and town councils, varying sizes, capacities, and dare I say, abilities when it comes to engagement. And that's not doing them a disservice. They are of different sizes as an organisation. The suggested amount of 40,000 reflects an apportionment of around £600 to each, 615 to be exact. For me, we could break this down into two potential areas, that of engagement, which in my opinion is covered currently under the work being done under Customer First programme, and the opportunity to set a design at a local level that can be provided under a neighbourhood development plan. And this has been evidenced recently by the good work done in Compton. And we could also, as was mentioned earlier, look at the local plan options. I'm afraid with the information provided, I can't support this proposed amendment on the basis that my understanding is a lot of this work is ongoing. What I would say, though, is I would be happy to take forward an assurance to members to look at both those streams that I've noted and take them both together. With regards to RSEX, the reinstatement of the contribution to Redibus. Any increase in the funding available towards this service provision would be distributed with equity and fairness to our service providers. Redibus are not the sole provider to residents in our district. For absolute clarity, any service level agreement in excess of £5,000 with any provider of these services would require a signed agreement between parties. Now, last time I responded to a question regarding this matter, there was a follow-up question off mic. I didn't have the opportunity to respond to it. This time, the issue has been raised in advance. And so for clarity, that agreement would be as it was with the reciprocal clauses where they are appropriate. I think it would be incredibly unfair, dare I suggest unconstitutional, to simply fund one provider over others. We have a formulaic approach
30 seconds,
which has been established for some time and is based on previous year's activity. I should also say the additional demand for an increase in this area is not evidenced over and above the current level of service provision. This proposal, I believe, would go against the method we have in place. And again, I do not support this proposed amendment, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hunt.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hate talking for the sake of talking, but I think it's important, particularly on the amendment around care leavers, to talk from a position of experience. And now this may only be my experience, but as a care leaver, but I went on to just to give you a bit of background. So I managed, I was the chairman of the Children in Care Council in the City of Portsmouth for 7 years, obviously sitting on the Corporate Parenting Board. I then went on to found a charity entirely managed and led by care leavers, with the exception of whoever holds the post of Director of Social Care in the City of Portsmouth, and so I've had lots of interactions with care experienced people. My reason for speaking is really a cautionary tale in that I attended all of my meetings with my social worker or then support worker post-care every 3 months, and then every 6 months, and then much more sporadic to that. But by the age of 19, despite doing all that, I had found myself in £7,000 worth of debt. And the reason I didn't communicate that with those people is because the unfortunate issues of trust that you inherit through your experiences that lead you into care often don't allow you to open up as well as you would. So just a cautionary tale that although those interaction levels are really, really high and really, really good and should be celebrated, that often doesn't solve the issue. And often asking for help is much, much more difficult than just receiving it. Now, this amendment is a very, very small amount of money in the greater scheme of things. And I think it's something that over the next year, perhaps we could work together on bringing a version of that forward. It's important to say that there was a report released by the government which showed that 1/3 of care leavers are homeless within 2 years of leaving care.
Now that's massively important to acknowledge, and unfortunately that we're not an island and we are susceptible to that as a council. So I think it's important that we continue this conversation. I've no expectations of this passing this evening, but I think it's important we explore it for next year.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Very good sentiments. Councillor Abd and Berwick, you have already spoken on this subject, so I can't accept any more contributions. I'm sorry.
I'm just hoping to use the rest of my 3 minutes, Chairman.
We haven't got to the debate on the substantive motion yet, I'm afraid. We're still conducting the debate on the Liberal Democrat amendment. And I don't see any new contributions, so I'll move to Councillor Dillon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ross opened the debate on the budget talking about not wanting to increase council tax unless you absolutely have to, and referenced the cost of living as being down to the energy crisis. But let us not forget, it was a Conservative government that has proposed a hike in national insurance against all workers in this country, a regressive taxation policy, Ross, that will see that those on the lowest income having to still pay 1.25% national insurance. So there is more to it than just the cost of gas. Councillor Brooks was speaking on the amendment around mileage. And actually, it was the fuel cost, again, Councillor McKinnon, about making sure that we're fair to our employees and actually we recognise the cost that their travel costs them. And I think you might find that as a council, you need to update your travel policy fairly soon because your mileage rate won't keep track with where petrol is. So I think you'll have a pressure within that there. I want to keep the tone civil tonight. I really do. But the Councillor Bowick's comments to Councillor Vickers about thank you for your concern to children. Councillor Bowick, they're not just your children. There are children. Of course, we're concerned about them, and we don't need your thanks for being concerned about the most vulnerable in society. And I don't want to delve into it or ruin the tone of the debate. But for me, that did come across as slightly patronising. We've got a manifesto for the green bins. Unfortunately, Councillor Alderman Jones seems to have left the building, but it was his administration that brought in the green bin tax. We stood on a manifesto of abolishing that, but we said that we would do it in a financially sensible way. And so again, we want to do it by making sure that we take it on those on the lowest income benefit first. But it's absolutely our belief that we shouldn't be charging residents to recycle. In terms of care leavers, again, Councillor Boat, you said 92% we're in touch with. So 8% we aren't. 8% of care leavers every year we have no contact with. Yet you're hoping that they go and use a discretionary local council tax scheme. Why not give them the guarantee so that they can plan? And, a year on before they go from their move on accommodation, they know exactly what their finances are. They know what their liability is. They don't have to come cap in hand, begging to the council, who might not have enough money left in the pot that particular year to be able to support them. What we're asking for is an absolute guarantee to care leavers. And that's something that the Children's Commissioner has called for all local authorities to do as well. So, really shouldn't be a party political one. And actually, I really welcome the fact that you said you will pay it, but you're paying it out of a discretionary pot. We're saying it should be a fundamental right of care leavers. And as I said, that's backed by charities. Oh, crikey, okay. Power companies, it's about moving to different types of power, Councillor Ardar Waters. You talk about there being a way to go on some of this, so therefore it's not warranted. We're saying let's start doing the work on it. You said the £4 isn't worth it. But so a resident paid for a service and didn't get it, but you think it's okay not to refund them for the service they don't get. That's what you've said, Councillor Ardar Waters. You have said it's not worth it for the council to refund the money. And it's their service. They paid for a service, they haven't got it, but you've said tough luck. Services cut. The Section 151 officer doesn't seem to share that view, Councillor Somner. Otherwise, he wouldn't have approved these. You said that it would reflect on other services being cut. And then just sorry, it wasn't you, it's Councillor Ardar Waters. And then the last one, Mr. Chairman, Councillor Somner said he doesn't think it's constitutional. The 151 officer has signed it off. It's constitutional. You should withdraw that remark. Thank you.
Councillor Cottam, you have your hand raised, but we're in the closure of this debate, so I'm afraid that's too late. Sorry. I'm sorry.
I was going to talk to the R6.
You should have put your hand up while we were still debating, I'm afraid. We're in the closure motion. We're in the closure, sorry.
People bounced in the front and didn't even give us a thumbs up.
Your hand wasn't raised. I would have taken it if it was been raised. Councillor Brooks.
Thank you, Chairman. It's perhaps a more robust debate than earlier in the evening. So let me pick up a few points here. Councillor Ardegh-Walter seemed to be with glee telling us about this company, Nottingham, I think was quoted, with a £70 million loss. Well, that's why we do an investigation. That's why we have a good look before we bowl in. I think he'd agree with that. So what is he telling us? It's fraught with risk. Okay. So are most initiatives. So let's not just dismiss it because of one extremely bad experience. And then sticking with the Councillor Ardegh-Walter, I think he said, well, there's no waste in January anyway, so what's the problem if we didn't collect? It's rather insouciant, sir, the way that you responded to that. You did it similarly on relief to people in receipt of council tax benefits on paying the green bin charge. It was like, oh, well, it's just an idea of yours, isn't it? Show a little bit more empathy, please, with some of these ideas and some of your residents, I suggest. To Councillor Sumner, you know, I could understand an agreement where you might reasonably say, if you want to make a public pronouncement, we would like to see it before you make it, but we don't have a right of veto. There is a courtesy and etiquette to be able to see these on both sides around our arrangements. There's some commercial in confidence. I don't see how you've let this fail, sir. I think you've been led by the nose a bit by your officers telling you that this must be in. And sometimes, you know, being a councillor is to say to an officer, I hear what you say, but I've considered the risk and I'm not going to implement it. Sometimes you just have to stand up for what you believe in, for the better good, for the greater good. So we put these proposals down. We don't do them frivolously. We don't do them just because we think we should. There is real belief and passion about them. And clearly there's been no sense of agreement across the chamber that any will find favour. So they'll all be taken on block and they'll be voted down in the same old way. We came on in the same old way and you pushed us back in the same old way. Wellington after the Battle of Waterloo about the French tactics. So let's just go to the vote. And next year, guess what? We'll bring them again. And then, you know, should the astonishing thing happen, which you don't believe will happen in your lifetimes, and this council changed control, believe me, we will bring these back. We will bring back investigations. We'll do them rapidly. We will try to seize the day. We'll do what Churchill said, action this day. In the Second World War, to make things happen, to have the energy to shake the tree. And frankly, I don't need 30 seconds. In 10 seconds, I feel that you're running out of steam. Yeah. You've been here so many years now, you've lost your passion, your enthusiasm, and your vim and vigor. Because all you do is look down your nose at anybody else's ideas, because you've got it all right, haven't you? Well, you haven't. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor McKinnon.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And I can assure Councillor Brooks that I am full of vim and vigour. No danger with that here. I'm going to keep this civil as well, although it would be remiss of me to say that Councillor Dillon criticised one of my colleagues for potentially being patronising. We've just listened to Councillor Brooks do impressions of people on our side. I think we could all maybe just calm down a wee bit on that. Jeff, Councillor Brooks, you mentioned that I was a Sir Humphrey earlier on. I think some of these amendments, as he would say, are very brave, Councillor Brooks. I do need to pick you up on a couple of things. I'm not going to respond to the stuff you said on the substantive, because I'll come back to you on that. Zero-based budgeting, I'm going to talk about that a bit, but I'll do it a bit later. Pilot schemes, yes. But if you combine the capital and the revenue funds for the investigation into this power company, we're talking £180,000. That's not insignificant. at all. And there's no apology for putting through that bureaucratic treacle. £180,000 is a lot of money. It doesn't matter if it's a pilot scheme. The 180k is 180k. Councillor Abbs repeated his point, and I have to repeat my challenge that sharing an idea with officers is not encouraging cross-party cooperation. Sharing it with the other party would do that. I've seen nothing of this proposal, and I still don't really know what it's about. And he said that was my problem earlier on. I would suggest that if he wants me to vote for it, then it's actually his problem. But a bit more information and clarity would be nice. Some of these were very vague. The Green Hub, there was lots of embedding and sharing, but it didn't really say anything. And £100,000 for some cliches from a management textbook, we just cannot look at that tonight. I will just mention on the green bin, it wasn't a missed service, it was a delayed service. The service was provided. We collected extra garden waste. It wasn't missed. I think it's important to clarify. And coming back to Lee, your point about the 151, again, we might want to get some guidance on this, but I believe the 151 officer talks about the implications for the budget. It doesn't rule on the Constitution or anything else. So I don't think we can go that far, but perhaps a bit of guidance would help us all on that. But not no, wait till I finish my remarks. I'm nearly done. I want to thank Councillor Hunt for his contribution and a genuinely good insight. Thank you for that. I think we were all interested to hear what he had to say. And I certainly agree with his sentiment that a conversation on how we can continue to support care leavers will find no argument from this administration. I would say on care leavers, though, our most vulnerable residents, of whom care leavers could certainly be a part, do already qualify up to 100% for council tax relief already. And I know that Councillor Dillon said, well, yeah, but they have to ask for it. I think it might set a precedent that we don't want to go down, which is, although well-intentioned, it is elevating one group's struggles above another. We could be talking about other groups who deserve council tax reduction because of the struggles that they face. And I don't think we should be elevating one over the other. I think a very good principle is that those who receive council services and who can afford it should pay for them, subject to the support mechanisms that they've described. But I'll leave my comments there, Chairman. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Members, I'll now ask the Deputy Monitoring Officer to conduct a formal vote. Yeah.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, you're voting for the voting on the Liberal Democrat amendment that's contained in the supplemental pack under item 7. Please indicate by using your microphones. Just got one member remaining. Okay, we have got 13 yes for the amendment, 3 abstentions, and 22 noes. So noes have it. So the amendment is rejected. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I invite Councillor Steve Masters to put forward the Green Party amendment?
Thank you, Chairman. Members, Council, Aldermen, I'm putting forward this amendment from the Green Group in light of the growing financial pressures upon members of our community here in West Berkshire. The West Berkshire Food Bank operates out of 5 locations across West Berkshire, and the project was founded by local churches, community groups, with support from the Greenham Common Trust, working together to help relieve hunger in our local area. West Berkshire Food Banks are, as many of you will know, a part of the National Trussell Trust network. They currently receive no direct funding from West Berkshire Council. In 2021, approximately 2.5 million people used a food bank in the United Kingdom, over 600,000 more than the previous year. Throughout the provided time period, the number of food bank users has increased in every year, from just under 26,000 in 2008-9 to approximately, as mentioned just now, 2.5 million in 2021. And locally, the figures to March 2020 show a similar increased demand locally and projected demand following the national trends upwards. Hunger in the UK isn't about food, it's about a lack of income. We know the main drivers of food bank use in our area are problems with the benefit system, the delays, inadequacy, and sanctions and deductions. The challenging life experiences, as we've already heard about care leavers and families who are sanctioned, and also a lack of informal or even formal support from social services and charities. With the effects of the economic situation post-lockdown and the ongoing economic challenges facing residents across West Berkshire, such as the rising domestic fuel bills, has already been referenced by members on both and all sides of this chamber, along with the national insurance increases, it will inevitably increase the number of residents and families facing a choice between heating or eating. Therefore, this amendment allocating £40,000 to the food bank is to assist in the additional costs that have been incurred in the last year to meet the rising demand in West Berkshire, chief of which are increased rents. They no longer have free rent in their warehouse, etc., and the recruitment and retention of an additional member of staff to meet the increased demands on the service. While we recognise that in a more equitable society, food banks would not be needed, we as a council must be mindful of the wider impacts of increasing fuel poverty and stagnating incomes. As someone who has had to use food banks many years ago, it is not an easy choice to go and ask for it. So people need to be supported in those applications. Those members of staff and volunteers at the food bank go out into the communities and highlight those in most need. So finally, I would ask that we should be sure everyone here would, we should be working to eliminate the food banks, but we are where we are, and we would support what has unfortunately become a vital service. So I ask members to vote with their consciences. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Masters. Caroline Cavalier, Councillor Calver, you are seconding.
Yes, please, Chairman. I reserve my right.
Okay. Right, I open it up to all speakers. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Try it again. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Please, can I make a straight appeal? This is not a Liberal Democrat proposal. If Conservatives and Liberal Democrats support it, it will cost the council taxpayer £40,000. It's one-off. It's 1 year. Council, please let us support this proposal.
Councillor Vickers.
Thank you, Chairman. As Councillor Masters said, this is not a good place to be at the moment, that he should have to ask for this. I just feel so ashamed of the society I live in, that we have a situation where we have a rising need. This is not civilized society that people should have to go begging for food. So we need to seriously question what's going on, question our MP, question our government about what more could be done. I mentioned Citizens Advice West Berkshire earlier. We have a situation where the benefit system isn't working, universal credit has been cut, and all these things are leading people into poverty where they have to go to food banks and where they live in cold homes. And just to point out yet again, something which hopefully we all know, it's young children that suffer most when food is short. When energy is short, they are growing, they need a lot of food. And very sadly, organisations such as Child Poverty Action Group are pointing out that infant mortality, child mortality in this country is at an unacceptable level, much higher than in other European countries. And this is partly through lack of money equals lack of food, equals lack of the necessities of life.
Councillor Hilary Cole.
Thank you, Chairman. We support the most vulnerable in our community by working with our key partners, including the Soup Kitchen, West Berkshire Homeless and Loose Ends. And I find it extremely odd that the food bank has been singled out by the Green Party for grant funding, particularly as no proof of the need for this £40,000 has been evidenced. I also want to point out that in October, the Council received an allocation of household support funding of £694,000. To date, we've approved over 1,400 applications with an average award of £220 being paid directly to the applicants. This targeted approach ensures that the help gets to those individuals and families most in need. So I think in West Berkshire, we are proud of what we are doing for the vulnerable in our community. And I accept that the food bank makes some contribution, but it's working together in partnership with all organisations that enable us to achieve the results we have got. And to conclude, Chairman, I would like to point out that part of that success has been that we have reduced the number of rough sleepers to 0. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cole. See no other hands. Councillor Culver.
Thank you, Chairman. I think Steve outlined the case very eloquently about why we should be giving this money. And I thank the other councillors for their support. Owen Jeffrey mentioned that this is a one-off cost. I think that we're more than capable of supporting this. We know that the number of food bank users has increased. We're also facing fuel poverty. Fuel is going up all the time. We're facing the end of the cap. Inflation is going up. It's expected to be 7% by April. There's insecure and low paid work. Boris likes to talk about the high wage economy. Well, that's bollocks as far as I'm concerned. And I'm sorry to swear, Chairman. Councillor Cole says there's no need. Do we need to see people queuing up outside the council chamber with begging bowls before you think that there's a need for food banks, Councillor Cole? And maybe if you still lived in an area, you would be able to see that there is that need. I think it's absolutely outrageous. We're 3/4 of an hour ahead of time on this debate and nobody else can be bothered to say anything. Do we really care that little about the amount of poverty that there is in this district and across the country? The fact that people can't afford to eat? This is going to get worse and worse. Quite rightly this evening, we've demonstrated solidarity with the people of Ukraine by wearing ribbons and raising the flag. And I'm grateful to the council leader for initiating that. But can we really not extend that sense of solidarity to the people in our own district who cannot afford to eat? Are you happy to walk away from this chamber tonight and not vote to give £40,000 to the food bank? Will you be able to sleep tonight if you walk away from here not having voted for that?
Councillor Masters.
Thank you, Chairman. And in the interest of the timekeeping, I'll keep this fairly brief. I can probably safely say that every one of us in this room, from the council leader down through the portfolio holders, will not be experiencing hunger over the next 12 months. We are fortunate. It is a quirk of our circumstances that you and I are in this position. But there will be many in our communities who will be looking at that electricity meter or the fridge that needs filling, and which one do they choose? It's a one-off, 1 year amendment to review. If by some miracle the situation improves to a point where we do no longer have food banks in 12 months, I will be the one that will propose that we celebrate that and not be proposing funding. And for Councillor Cole to say, there are other charities and agencies that we need to support. Yes, I agree. It's incredible that when that we're discussing priorities on such basic needs, we should be providing ample funds and support for all of that. And we need, along with the care levers amendment, we need to start somewhere. So go home, crack open a bottle of beer and a sandwich when you get back, knowing that you've done what your conscience dictated. Thank you, Council. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor McKinnon.
Thank you very much, Chairman. The food bank is, of course, one of a number of routes that residents suffering hardship can obtain some relief from. we're not aware here that the food bank has actually requested any funds from the council this year. And it doesn't appear that they've requested funds at the Good Exchange either. If they were seeking funding from the council, I'd be very surprised if they thought that the best way to do that was via an opposition amendment to the budget. It seems a bit strange. Given the nature of the contributions we've just heard from Councillors Culver and Marsh, there must be a hint of a suspicion that the Green Party might be trying to hijack a very worthy cause, and it is a very worthy cause, to make a cheap political jibe that this council does not support those in need. That jibe would be completely false, of course. Since October, we've distributed £695,000 from the Central Government's Household Support Fund to help those most struggling. That money is paid directly to those in need, not to a charity staff, who can then take the decision on how best to spend it. We've assisted 4,200 children with free school meals. West Berkshire have a council tax reduction scheme, we've already talked about it, which provides up to 100% relief for the most vulnerable residents. All working age recipients of any reduction are having £150 taken off their bill, as all residents in bands A to D are having an additional rebate of £150. This council and this government does support those in needs, and I will not be supporting this amendment.
Thank you. Members, I will now ask the Deputy Monitoring Officer to conduct a vote on this Green Party amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, you're voting on the Green Party amendment as contained in the supplemental pack under item 7. Please use your microphones to vote. And let's go one missing, Councillor Jeff Mays. Thank you. Thank you. So I have got all of them in. So we have got 16 yes, 1 abstention, and 21 no. So the amendment is lost. Thank you.
Thank you, members. We'll now move on to the debate on the substantive motion. Can I ask for members who wish to speak to the revenue budget? Councillor Abbs.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Obviously with this 3 minutes in this process, I just want to go back a little bit before we begin to this. The schedules associated with the budget leaves little or no time to discuss amendments by the time checks have been done with officers and have been signed off. So the point that Councillor McNair keeps making is just a ridiculous one that it barely, it does need responding to, but it is nothing more than ridiculous. Forcing a fixed time limit for all amendments does not allow anything to be discussed in detail. So again, if you want detail presented at the meeting, you have to allow more time. Not being able to offer any further explanation when members have not understood leads us nowhere. So I have taken a little time to respond to Councillor Steve R. Dark-Walters here. First of all, energy companies he mentioned. Well, remits of what I was proposing is not the same at all to what he referred to. So that's just wrong. The margin side, the margin from a generator who's using alternate energy like solar, hydro, etc., remains pretty much fixed. It's not gas, it's not coal, it's not oil. Yeah. So actually, in parallel, when prices go up, wholesale prices go up, when you start supplying it, the margin gets bigger. It's far easier to make money than in the other situation. So hence, we call these investor safe, because when you investigate things properly and bring them to, and it's a big, complex thing that you need to do. And by the way, the money available to do it would come from the UK Infrastructure Bank, which has 22 billion to actually spend in these kind of projects. 22 billion, okay? But they've got 2 base points you must reach. 1, it's got to be complex, okay? And 2, it's got to be over 5 million. So there's nothing you can bring forward. If you do go that funding route, by the way, it's the cheapest possible money you can get. It's even cheaper than the Public Works Loan Board. So I don't think anything I have said is anything but absolutely fiscally prudent. And a little bit of time, a little bit of understanding may have allowed the Conservatives to support something they clearly haven't understood properly. So going back to this revenue, I can't see anything in this budget except some solar which is too small to really have any major effect. Even that 10 megawatts of solar, it's not big enough. It's why I keep talking about it being 60 megawatts. So I repeat, the Conservative plan, as laid out both in the capital and now in the revenue,
30 seconds, Councillor.
does begin to tackle that emergency, but at a pace and scale that results in a complete failure to meet our 2030 target. Mark my words.
Thank you. Councillor Stewart.
Thank you, Chairman. Firstly, I want to clarify that this revenue budget proposal for 2022-23 does not take into account any reforms to adult social care, which will be coming in 2023 and beyond. This is because we, like every other local authority and social care service provider, are working through the detail and information with central government departments, including the Department of Health and Social Care, and also with other key experts such as the Local Government Association. What I want to briefly share tonight are some of the achievements as well as challenges we're facing in adult social care, which I believe this budget proposal will help us to address. Our population is changing. The proportion of adults aged 65 and over is growing in comparison with younger age groups. This will impact on adult social care in terms of number of people likely to need care and support in future, particularly due to increased complexity of need. As needs of older adults and people with disabilities increase, it can impact the demand on placements, for example, with care home beds, perhaps requiring more nursing care rather than residential care beds. Our own care home occupancy levels are now starting to return to levels seen pre-pandemic, but this has meant a loss of income whilst our overheads remain pretty much the same, if not increased, with rising inflation and energy costs. Long-term service placements generally across the market have increased by 4% and are predicted to continue to rise and with a higher complexity of need. Recruitment has been a key issue for everyone in the social care market, but we've been focusing on how we can use government funding to improve training and developing roles within our own service teams and with external providers. This is showing a positive improvement and will allow us to reduce the reliance on agency staff in future. We have a solid base of preventative work underway, use of technology-enabled care, community assets and relevant work with others, for example, Better Communities Together, public health, primary care. Whenever we talk about adult social care budgets, the question of whether our forecast model is accurate and fit for purpose comes up. I promised in previous meetings that I would arrange for an external review of that model. I'm pleased to say tonight that that review is currently underway. The Local Government Association are working with our finance and adult social care teams to assess and either validate our model or identify where changes need to be made to enhance our forecasting and improve the data to develop future budgets. I am confident that this council and our finance and adult social care service teams are managing our finances carefully at a time when our path is still somewhat unclear and pressures are many. This budget proposal with a 3% adult social care precept will ensure we can continue to deliver the services our residents need and want, despite the significant pressures we're facing across the care sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tony Vickers.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not going to talk about the items in the budget. I want to talk about the presentation and a more sort of high-level point, which Councillor Brooke touched upon, is who is this document for? And how do we think it should be presented? I'm very dissatisfied with it. Councillor Brooks talked about having reduced the numbers of pages. We're in the digital age, for goodness sake. How many paper copies are being produced? This isn't saving anything. And actually, when I was in the MOD, my boss had a one-page letter frame because it had been the hardest thing he'd done was to condense something down into one page that actually took lots of pages. The point I'm making is we're actually giving our officers more work by making them reduce the size of the budget papers. What I think we need to look at is the way in which they're presented, and we need to think about who the readers are. I think we're only a subset of the readers. Every household, every council taxpayer should be entitled to see where their money is going and to be able to compare next year's budget with the current year's spend and see the trends. Because giving an amount without putting it in the context of how much that extra amount you're proposing is compared with the total last year or the or other similar items, is not giving us the information. There's a lot of inconsistency in the way these documents are presented, and it looks to me as though it's produced simply for the officers, simply to get a vote, never mind the people that are paying our bills. So I just give a couple of examples. One is actually from the capital budget. We have phrases which are jargon, like traffic network management income. It's one line, it's a lot of money in there. I forget how much, but we're probably talking about millions. I think there needs to be text explaining what some of these phrases are. And it probably could be on the website and be accessible to everybody out there at any time. If I'm a customer of a private company, I don't expect or deserve to get the details of the accounts. But we're not like that. Our customers are obliged to pay a substantial amount of their income to get the services that we give them. So I think they deserve to have consistency in the presentation. One thing that struck me, and I now have the reason, but I had to ask for it, why have animal licenses in the fees and charges on page 158 gone down by almost as much as half when families who are desperate for homes and have to pay for bed and breakfast are having their fees uprated by inflation? It just didn't make sense. I was given a reason, but there's nothing in the papers to give that reason. So I'd like us over the next year to come to a better way of presenting essential budgetary information to our taxpayers. Thank you, Chairman.
Councillor Sumner.
Thank you, Chairman. Just one very brief point from me, and it's with regards to car parking fees. Members will note that there has not been an increase in fees proposed for the coming year. And the reason I raise that is because of the quite shocking news that I saw blasted all over media, social media, with regards to hikes in car parking fees. I regard this in current circumstances to be quite a contribution to our residents by the authority, despite the reduction in car parking income. I think it stands by our residents that we are not increasing those fees. I know it's only one item in a ream of them, but it's an important one. I think it's a well-established line of income for this authority. We've used income that's available to backfill the gap, and we are, I believe, benchmarked in a very good place in our region for the fees that we charge. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm saddened by the Conservative administration here tonight. No, you won't accept a Liberal Democrat amendment in case we get some glory for it. Sad, but expected. But on an issue of direct benefit to the hard-pressed in our society, you felt you just had to resist it. Foolish, upsetting, sad, harsh. You disappoint me.
Councillor Dillon.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. It reflects the conversation actually that we've had, or the debate we've had around the amendments, and again the slight double standards with not enough detail. But this is the way the budget process works. It's an amendment down by opposition councillors, not by an administration with every officer at your disposal. But interestingly, Councillor Cole, in refusing to support the Greens amendment, said there's no justification. I think Councillor Brooks mentioned it in his opening comments, but if you look at your savings proposals, you have £917,000 worth of income generation, savings or disinvestment, where you have said there is no impact. 18 separate budget lines. If there was no impact, why didn't you do it last year?
Councillor Bridgman.
Thank you, Chairman. Before I say what I was going to say anyway, I'll just address one item that was raised, I think, by Councillor Vickers in relation to some of the licence fees. I would point out that the paper on licence fees went through the licensing committee, and the licensing committee considered it with a full background before it came to this council.
for agreement. So there has been an ability of members on both sides to review the background and indeed ask questions of officers directly about the proposals. Chairman, the 2 points I was going to make are to some extent following on from what Councillor Stewart said about adult social care. And just to reflect on that, I have and I've been not as involved as Councillor Stewart at all, but certainly involved to a certain extent in the discussions that have been going on between the 3 local authorities within Berkshire West, so ourselves and Woking and Reading, about the adult social care reforms coming down the line, and fundamentally the cost to the council of what that might mean as a cost to the council and where that funding is going to come from, because obviously the increase in national insurance goes initially to meet National Health Service issues, and we need to see, and I say this publicly, we need to see a better formula for distribution of that funding if we are not going to see our costs exceed our income substantially. The other point I wanted to make with my portfolio hat on is that the government has increased the public health grant, and that increase, and this is across the board nationally, so we haven't been singled out, is 2.7%. Now I have a concern, and we've talked about inflation in this meeting, that whilst a large number of the public health contracts are on fixed rolling year for a certain number of years position, nevertheless, something that this council has made a point of is to invest in public health. And indeed, we over and above the COVID response, which was a massive task for public health. And I have a concern that going forward, the government needs to sit up and take notice of public health pressures and take a different view of the role of local authorities in the public health arena and our relationship. And we're having discussions, obviously, about the Bob ICS, the Buckinghamshire, Oxfordshire and Berkshire West integrated care system. And I am very hopeful, and we will be having those discussions, that some of the NHS funding will find its way our way in order to improve the lives of our residents. So I just flesh those out as warnings for the future, not directly related to the pack we're looking at. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I didn't see any other members wishing to speak. So, Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chairman. I've written down a few things that I wanted to share with you this evening, but before I do so, I'd just like to thank everybody for the debate this evening. And I do reflect and I hear your frustrations. I think one of the interesting things for me is, and a very wise man once said to me, that actually the person that got me into this, Lynn, when you're in control of an administration and when you're not the opposition, you have to carefully balance economic, social, and environmental factors. It's really easy to have one passion that you can absolutely drum home when you're sat in opposition and you haven't got to deliver it with everything else. So I hear that. Councillor Brooks has accused us of not having any vim or vigour or passion, but actually I challenge that, Councillor Brooks, because I would say as leader of this authority, I have a lot of passion, and I tell you exactly where my passion lies, and that is to deliver the council strategy that we adopted in May 2019. Because that strategy was based on the promises that I made to my voters back then. The revenue budget before you has been carefully put together to do just that. You see, we promised our residents, we promised them specifics. We said things that people, such as those residents with a disability or additional need, would have the same opportunity as their peers. So I welcome the £300,000 investment in special educational needs found in this revenue budget tonight. We promised to ensure the district is an attractive place for businesses to come in, start, thrive and grow. And therefore we wanted to ensure high employment and a strong local economy. So I welcome the investment into the LEP to continue to deliver on key economic growth to the district. We promised there will be homes available for all residents at all stages of their life. So 310,000 to support our local plan, which will deliver housing and employment land across the district, is absolutely the right thing to do. We promised to make it easier for our residents to use alternative methods of transport to the car. And therefore, I welcome the £55,000 being spent on the new enhanced bus partnership to support public transport in the area. But most importantly, we promise to strive to be wise and efficient when spending, while recognising the requirement to balance the need of many when delivering public services. I believe the budget before you this evening is a prime example of just that. We know that residents continue to feel the impact of COVID.
30 seconds.
And we know that the current cost of living is rising. Therefore, we took the decision to keep core town council tax as low as possible at only 1%. That is what we're doing for the vulnerable in our communities. Ideally, I would have liked it at 0%, but in the current financial situation, that just wasn't possible. And we're putting the 3% in purely to support our most vulnerable in society through our adult social care. Chairman, I have no issue with recommending this budget before you this evening because I believe it delivers for all residents in West Berkshire and it is carefully balances economic, social and environmental needs.
Thank you, Councillor Doherty. Councillor McKinnon.
Thanks very much, Chairman. And yeah, very much echo the words of the Leader of the Council there. I think we've done really well with timing. I think I'm right in saying that this is the last contribution, aren't I? Right, okay. So I won't take another 10 minutes like I did before. I'd agree with Lynn that by and large, this has been a good debate and a well-natured debate, certainly from most of the Liberal Democrats. And I thank them for that. It's we had to learn a lot of lessons from the last budget meeting, and I think we have done. And I'm very pleased, actually. So I'm not going to take too... I do want to come back to a couple of points, though, and maybe in a spirit of conciliation as well. Councillor Brooks's points on zero-based budgeting. I'm not a million miles away from him on that. When I first took over the finance portfolio, it was one of the things that I was interested in. Unfortunately, we have had a bit of a pandemic on, but I would genuinely, and this is an open and comprehensive offer to the Liberal Democrats, as somebody once said, I'd like to sit down with him and discuss his expertise and what he thinks about zero-based budgeting. So I hope we can do that in the near future. I also want to take away Councillor Dillon's points about detail on the budget. I'm going to reflect on what he says. And again, perhaps he and Councillor Brooks and myself and Joseph can have a discussion again in the near future about how we might be able to improve on that. Yeah, I'd like to say that. And to Councillor Jeffrey, I don't want to end on a sour note, but I do want to confirm for him and anyone else who's listening that we have had no request for funding from the West Berkshire Food Bank. We have had no application, no detail from them at all. We have had no indication from them that they need £40,000 for a member of staff. That's a really important point to make. The only justification we've had for the amendment tonight is that the Green Party think they need £40,000 for staffing and additional costs. I cannot imagine that if they wanted to apply for funding from the council, they thought that that was the best way of going about it. And I think anyone sensible would also see that. So Councillor Jeffrey, please do take note of my comments. I don't want to finish on a down note though, so I want to thank everyone for, I think, probably the best budget meeting that I've had out of the three of them. And it's before 9:30, so I'll conclude my comments there. Thank you to everyone for your contributions. And I'll leave it there, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, we'll now move to a formal vote. I'll ask the Deputy Monitoring Officer to conduct that, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Members, you're voting on the recommendations as set out in the revenue budget report, agenda item 7, with minor amendment to correct the HMO table fees in the supplemental pack as allowed by the Chairman. Please, could you vote using your microphones? The vote will be displayed on the screen. There are still a few members to vote. One more, Councillor Jeff Beck. Yes, thank you. Mr. Chart, could you just scroll down so I can see the members who voted? Thank you very much. So yes, 22, abstentions 2, noes 14. The recommendation as amended has been carried. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, members. I'd like to thank everyone for their attendance, and I'll now close the meeting. Thank you for the discipline that you've shown this evening. I'm slightly surprised that we finished at this time. We'll take this as an experimental meeting in one sense, and I guess we'll take the learning into next year to plan that to be even more successful. So thank you very much. Can you please remain seated until the virtual meeting room has been closed down?